Hello, hello, everyone. Behold, we have risen. That's how that works,
Yeah.
right?
I think so. I definitely did rise, about half an hour, 45 minutes ago. So yeah, I definitely did rise. Yes, yes. But I was
should
not
have
dead.
phoned.
I want to give. I want to say news of my death have been greatly exaggerated. I was not dead. Just really asleep. Really asleep.
That's fair. Oh, here we go. We can we can use the holy background.
The holy. We have a holy background. Oh, okay. All right. Yeah. All right. Okay. Rise from your grave.
For my April Fool's episode, I was doing a deep dive into the Virgin Mary, but like as if I were a Christian.
Rising.
Yeah. I don't know how well it went, but it's not important right now.
Okay.
So I think
Okay.
we spent most of the episode talking about how she was definitely in hell because she was Jewish and not a Christian.
Oh, okay. Well, look, I'm not going to even consider making comments on the Virgin Mary status in the afterlife. I wouldn't even know where to start. Holy crap! But guaranteed you defend somebody.
Oh yeah, most definitely. I
Hmm.
suppose I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing that I didn't really get any comments on that video. I'm like, on the one hand, either people figured out it was a joke, or on the other hand, nobody actually watched it. Which,
Okay.
considering most of our people who know us are mostly atheists, they're like, yeah, Mary, I don't care. You know,
Yeah. Yeah.
maybe.
I think
I
it's
don't
just
know.
Catholics that care. Really, they're the only ones that really care about Mary.
Nobody cares about Mary. I don't know. I just work here. But today we have even worse people than Mary. Okay, in fairness, Mary, to my knowledge, was not a bad person. But we're if you're joining us for the first time, Mark and I do debate reviews every
Uh-huh.
weekend, round about this time. We alternate channels. This week we're on this channel. Next week we'll be over at Mark's, so make sure you're subscribed
Sure
to
will.
both. The link is in the description. Um, Today we're starting a new debate. This one is Eric Hovind versus Mike Jones of Inspiring Philosophy over whether evolution is compatible with the Bible or the Bible's compatible with evolution. One of those things. Something like that.
Is he arguing no?
I imagine Eric is arguing
Yeah,
no
Eric's.
evolution, whatever position that happens to be.
Yeah.
And oh my
Like
goodness.
it's so weird. Like to me, Eric Hoven's a bit of a weird one to me. I mean, don't get me wrong. I thought he was weird before, but he's a bit of a weird one because he knows how full of crap his father is, and his father instilled him with all of this indoctrination, right? Like he indoctrinated him into and so he, out of anybody, should know how full of crap he is because he doesn't
Mhm.
even, as far as I know, he doesn't even talk to his father anymore because of the entire tax evasion and putting his family through hell on earth because he cannot accept responsibility for anything he does. Um,
That's true.
I actually, I'm having an all Hovind Easter, which is as horrific as it sounds, quite frankly. I did a special Easter stream where I dressed up as Hovind, and I made so on my channel is an ad that I made for it's a parody ad for Kent Hovind and selling CDs. That's what I call tax evasion, and um, in doing it, have you seen it?
I have not.
Do you want to play it? I'm happy for you to play it.
Sure.
I won't copyright you, honestly. Um,
Oh,
so
let's see here.
we'll listen to it, but look, it was just a little bit. Look, the night before, I'm like, I really want to do something different, kind of thing for this Easter. So I did up this absolute joke parody, trying to sell CDs, kind of thing, because Hoven's always selling something, right? So um I did up this parody, and it was the night before, so it's really crappy. Be warned. But you know, I just decided to put it on my channel. But you know, I just, yeah, I had to listen to I'll let it run, and then I'll talk about it. Dinosaur Adventureland and Genesis Baptist Church are proud to present the ultimate Easter compilation of worship songs that you will listen to again and again. From the Minister of Music, Dr. Kent Hovind, we bring to you Now That's What I Call Tax Evasion. Listen to the holy, melodious sounds of songs like Here I Am, Send Me.
Isaiah heard the voice of the Lord, and he said, Here am I, send me. Isaiah heard the voice of the Lord, and he said, Here am I, send me. Here am I, send me, anywhere for thee. So when I hear the voice of the Lord, I will say, Here am I, send me.
Share with your family the classics like Father Abraham.
1, 2, 3, 4. Father
Abraham had many sons had Father Abraham. I am one of them, so are you. So let's just praise the Lord. Right arm, Father Abraham had many sons had Father Abraham. I am one of them, so are you. So let's just praise the Lord.
Featuring the award-winning hit Hiding Assets from the IRS that has had a record number of copies made in the Justice Department evidence database.
Yeah, I think there's real close to zero chance they're going to come seize anything. Really? Yeah, that's what all the attorneys say too. They could. There's zero chance they can do it legally. IRS. They are trying to get seizure of the property. I think all the masters for every DVD we produce should be off your house or someplace else, you know. IRS. The government IRS is trying to put liens on all the other properties. He should not even know there are other properties. They're all different trusts.
You have 1 minute left.
During Easter, every purchase of Now That's What I Call Tax Evasion will get you a free pass to Dinosaur Adventureland, where you can work your family to the bone and get paid absolutely nothing, and possibly could lose a child. Yes, you too can own the most holy album ever produced from the most holy man ever to go to prison. Act now, and with the first 500 sold, you can get free DVD number 5 of the Creation series that the government does not want you to see. This Easter, give the gift of music while giving glory to the Lord. Terms and conditions apply. Baptism may be required. Product is tax-free because we don't pay taxes. Okay, so I know it's stupid. I know it's stupid. It was just a stupid thing that I did the night before. And but like having to like I went through, right? And this had a point to it because I had to go through and listen to the recorded prison call of Tax Hovind and the rest of his gaggle, if you will, like his son Eric. I think Alan or something was his tax guy or his financial guy, and his wife, who at the time was was it Joe Hovind? No, it wasn't Joe. It was Toko, Mary Toko, I think. I can't remember who it was. It might have been Joe. But anyway, like it's his wife talking to him, and he's sort of saying, "Hey, they can't do this, and legally they're doing the illegal things." He's like, "Okay, okay," you know, like he's basically just lying. He's just lying, you know, and she knows it. And does he know it? I don't know. I don't know if he can even admit he's done anything wrong, but it's incredible because, you know, you're sort of going through it. So at the end of that, Eric Hovind sort of just, he got the park like changed to his name. And sort of, so what Kemp was doing was sort of hiding assets, and you can hear him in the tape say, oh, should this money be with me? I think we should put it in your name, kind of thing. So he's literally hiding assets so that the government, who he's neglected to pay taxes to, can't seize any of his assets. And like to do that, which is a criminal offense, on a prison call, which if you had like 2 brain cells to rub together, you know it's recorded. It's recorded. So Eric's mother went to prison as well. And from the recording on the prison thing, I think, and this is a problem, right? Because the way that she's sitting there going, okay, she knows, like, she doesn't want to do it, right? She doesn't want to do any of this really dodgy stuff. But I think that she got, you know, wrapped up in that whole Christian, well, the man makes the decisions kind of thing. You know what I mean? I can't imagine how bad it was for her. So Eric just took off with all of the money that was you know, handed to him, and the government still sees that Dinosaur Adventureland property. But it's I sort of feel for him. But you know, I guess the point that I'm making and what gets me is he's never challenged the rest of the beliefs that Kent Hovind has sort of instilled in him, kind of thing. You know, like he's never challenged the idea that, hey, if he's lying, well, what I mean, if he's lying about all this other stuff, is he lying about evolution? Right?
He has financial motive to not challenge, at least publicly, because
that's true.
He got millions from his dad, and he's, like we've talked about before, I think the first one of these we did was a Hovind debate review. It was Hovind versus Amy Newman and James W. and a bunch of other people all at once, and it was fun. But I think at the time we looked, and Eric Hovind was worth like 14 million, and Kent has already gotten back up to 4 million at that point. Like, you make a fuck ton of money lying about this shit.
Yeah.
So I don't know. On a happier side, though, we're building our own cult over here because Left-Handed Jedi gifted 5 memberships. Thank you, Jedi. Those went to Megan Fox's Giant Boobs, which is a great start.
Yep.
A Robot Polisher, Christina Carmer. My apologies. My monitor is very tiny letters. I'm doing my best. Soul Watcher and Wraith 73N, perhaps. Anyhow, congratulations, everybody. Enjoy all the fun custom emojis, other assorted perks like member exclusive content, and whatever the heck else. It's a weird day. But thank you very much, Jedi. I appreciate that, and I hope everybody else enjoys too. Yay. Kip Davis is here. Good gods. Am I a bad person for hoping that Eric fucking Hovind wins a debate? I know there's no winners here tonight, I have to say.
Yeah, I think Michael Jones and Dr. Kip have some history, as far as I recall. But yeah, I can understand why you feel that way. But damn it, we really need to like get these people to stop attacking scientific principles in schools. Like, seriously, it's getting to the point where we've got people that think that the Earth is 6,000 years old at the top of our governments and stuff. It's absolutely ridiculous. It's, you know, you can't help people's beliefs, but holy crap, like, seriously.
It's a bit of a new. I'm in something of a toss-up in this one, because while Eric Hovind was executive producer for that Trump, what is it? The New Apostolic Reformation Church, the accelerationists who want to end the world so that Jesus will come back. Their film, Trump, World After Trump, whatever the fuck it was called. Eric Hovind's an executive producer on that film. He helped produce that film. He is not just a nationalist Christian. He's an accelerationist too. Also a young earther, but that's kind of less important than let's blow up the world today. Inspiring Philosophy, I had a slight favoritism towards, because he, when all of this was going down with the MAGA fever and the rise of the right wing, IP made a video about how Christian nationalism was stupid, harmful, destructive, anti-Christian, and he would never be a part of it. And then September 10th happened, and he did that whole "we are all Charlie Kirk" thing, and now he's the most rabid of the nationalists.
No.
So they both suck in that particular way.
Mm.
Yay!
That's really scary too.
Mm-hmm. So place your bets, I guess. We're starting partway through the video because, of course, before they actually started their opening, Eric had to stop everything to pray.
What?
They were about to start, like the two hosts on the bottom, the moderators, whatever the hell they are. They were like, "All right, you gentlemen ready to go?" And IP gets his slides up on screen, and Eric goes, "If I could, let us start with a prayer." And what are they going to do? Say no? Because they're all trying to out-Christian each other, you know? So
it's sort of textbook holier than thou, literally holier than thou behavior. Yeah.
Yeah. So he apparently, Dr. Kip is telling us, Mike Jones attended the Nazi rally, the Grindr Crash Festival. No shade on anybody who uses Grindr. It's just very funny that these people.
Look, I see it as, and the most hilarious thing is Kirsty Gnome's husband, because that's objectively hilarious that somebody in that crowd is wearing fake boobs and boobs that big and going on like chat sites to talk to women, basically. Like, it's not like, I don't kink shame people. It's the well, I don't kink shame. Like, if that was just a normal person, I'd be like, you go with your big fake tits. You go. Well, you just do whatever. But it's the hypocrisy that gets me. They attack all of these people and say we're the pure and just people, and then but behind the scenes, it's all garters and high heels, and it's like, I'm not kink shaming you. I'm hypocrisy shaming you, you assholes. Because they make everybody else's lives miserable for not adhering to a standard that they don't do themselves.
Well, it's even worse than that. Like, because they're out here every day saying that, drag queens are trying to groom your children. They're getting that because they themselves are trying to groom children. And so they're like, well, the drag queens dress like women. I dress like women, therefore people who dress like women are trying to groom children. Like, they're telling on themselves as hard as they can, but they're projecting it. And their dumb fucking fan base falls for it every single time. They you've got these guys out here doing shit like, "I want to sleep with children" on their freaking political signs, but they're pointing at the drag queen down the street.
Yeah.
Every time. We gotta do something different in this damn country. But for today, we can laugh at both of them, probably. I don't know. So again, this debate is whether evolution is biblical or fits into the Bible, is compatible with the Bible. Whatever. We'll see which direction they take it. IP goes first, so I guess he's the affirmative position, probably. Who knows if they're even doing debates properly. And he wants to open with Genesis, which is not famously about evolution, but I guess we'll see where this goes.
All right, so these are the same slides I used when I was talking with Marcus Ross. So for those who have seen that, this will be kind of a repeat. But I'm just going to give a quick rundown. I'm not going to go too long. For those who don't know, I believe in theistic evolution, but I affirm all essential Christian doctrines. So what that means for this conversation is I believe God created everything. The triune God, I believe that Adam and Eve were real historical people. There was a real garden. There was a real fall from eating from a real tree of knowledge of good and evil. And there was a real tree of life that made them immortal. However, I say that's perfectly compatible with a theistic evolutionary worldview, and I will explain why. So as you can see,
So he is a creationist, just not necessarily a young earth creationist.
Correct. Well, I don't know how you take like the Garden of Eden, the creation story literally, and also believe in evolution. It seems, it's kind of weird. But if you're going by what the Bible says as your main evidence, I think that Eric Hovind has the stronger position. I'm sorry, I just a plain reading of it will say, hey, the animals were created. But having said that, that's incredibly ridiculous. We know that hasn't happened from, all of the scientific research that we've done into the matter. It's a freaking story. But, if you're just going by the Bible, which it's weird. Like, it's just so strange to me that they're just going to argue over what the Bible says, and neither of them will question whether the Bible is actually true or not, whether this is a good way to find out the truth.
Yeah, you and I could have an argument over whether, Superman can actually fly faster than the speed of light. And we could, open it up by saying, okay, we all agree on the essential doctrines that Superman
Right.
came to Earth in 1938, and
Yep.
he's faster than a speeding bullet, more powerful than
Right.
a locomotive, and able to leap tall buildings in a single bound.
Yes,
Like,
absolutely.
what
But,
are we doing?
does he have a dog called, what was the dog's name? Crypto, I think, or something like that?
Yeah.
Does he have a sister who's Supergirl who also came to Earth? That's the stuff we disagree on,
That's
but
a
that's not
heresy.
essential to the doctrine. Yeah, heresy. How dare you? How dare you?
So,
I'm going to
like,
hate this. I'm going to hate this.
for real. But also, like, the things that he believes, if he takes this literally, like, of course, you have to believe in a literal Adam and Eve if you want to believe Jesus literally atoned for original sin. You have to have original sin for Jesus to mean anything. But to say that there's a literal tree in the Garden of Eden that gives you immortality, and God specifically denied humans access to it, counters the ability of Jesus to be effective, because Jesus is wandering up and going, hey, I've got eternal life. Who wants some? Like, no, God specifically said humans could not have that. So what up? But far be it from me to, ruin a good story with contradictions or something. Goliath did nothing wrong.
Yeah.
see the very first verse of Genesis 1 is, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. But the consensus of scholars today is that this is not translated properly. Most scholars note that the beginning is probably a restrictive relative clause in bound form. And so it should most.
Did he not just say that he believes that God created everything?
I thought so, yeah.
What the fuck is he arguing about then? Oh, well, we'll see, I guess.
most likely be when God began to create the heavens and the earth. This would make it a dependent clause, and therefore it is dependent upon what comes next, instead of it being an independent clause. So it is when God began to create the heavens and the earth was formless and void. Robert Holmested said an absolute beginning cannot be derived from the grammar of the verse. Instead, the syntax of the verse, based on well-attested features within biblical Hebrew grammar, dictates that they were potentially multiple periods or stages to God's creative work. And he notes that when you have in Hebrew, when you have a restrictive relative clause and it's missing its restrictive word, like who, which, or that, it's always going to be a restrictive relative clause.
So we're getting into ancient grammar. What a strong opening.
Well, I mean, and let's face it, Eric Hovind will not care what scholars think. He doesn't even care what scientists think. He doesn't give a crap about any of that stuff. It's weird that he's gone down a theistic thing. A presuppositional route. That he's right. no matter what. And I think Michael Jones is going to encounter just how hard it is to talk to somebody who assumes you're wrong, or basically says their evidence of you being wrong is you being wrong and them being right.
And he's delving into a grammar fight, a fucking dictionary match, which, as Dr. Kip points out, in a language he can't fucking read.
Yeah.
Good plan.
Well, I don't think it's bad to sort of, reference scholars and stuff, but like, okay.
Yeah. I mean, I like to reference scholars, like Dr. Kip, which I just did. But like,
that's true. That is true.
I make no bones about the fact I can't read this language, and Mike's over here like, I'm an expert though.
Now, scholars like Joshua Wilson do respond to this and say, well, if that's the case, it makes the Hebrew awkward because the very next phrase actually was way too long. It's very long. It'd be a very long sentence. So it can't be that. Well, the problem is that when you look at it, it actually fits with what we see in other ancient Near Eastern creation accounts. So, for example, another comparison would be Genesis 2:4.
This is not going to make his case stronger, drawing parallels between other Near Eastern creation accounts, most of which are much, much older.
So you have a dependent clause followed by a very, very long search.
In fact, you could argue that he's demonstrating evolution in the religion itself, but let's not talk about that.
Now, so I don't understand, because if he's saying that, like, this is the origin of humankind, right? This is the origin of our species, then he's not arguing for theistic evolution, to the best of my knowledge, right? Like, don't theistic evolution say, yes, we did evolve from more basal forms of, simian organisms? I don't. I'm very confused.
Probably cram some other versions in there, but as I understand it, it's basically evolution happened, but God started it. Is the general idea? Yeah.
Yeah. So God's responsible for the mechanisms of evolution, but as far as I know, I didn't think it encompassed, God actually sort of breathing life into dust or clay or dirt or whatever the substance is translated as, in order to bring about humans.
Yeah, like how do you get evolution if everything was created? I don't know. Maybe he'll explain.
Circumstantial clause and the main clause. Genesis 1:1-3 is like this as well. Dependent, circumstantial, main clause. This is also what we see in other ancient Near Eastern creation accounts like the Enuma Elish or the Atrahasis. Jack Sasson says that this is actually evidence that it is a dependent clause followed by a circumstantial clause and the main clause. So what this basically means is it follows the basic pattern you would use for opening up an ancient Near Eastern creation account. So the idea that the second line, the circumstantial clause, is very long and awkward, like what we see in Genesis 1, is what we would expect. It actually supports the point that it should open up with when God began to create the heavens and the earth. But what that means is that doesn't mean it's an absolute beginning point. It refers to a time point when God shows up, when the earth is formless and void, and then makes it into something else. Also, the Hebrew word bara does not necessarily mean material creation. This is something John Walton has done extensive research on. He notes that it can refer to, in Psalm 51, create me a clean heart, turning Jerusalem to be a place of joy. In fact, he notes there's no place it necessarily refers to material creation, but there are places it has to refer to naming, giving activity, these kinds of things. So basically it's saying when God began to bara the heavens and the earth was formless and void. But even scholars like David...
Don't you hate it when you barad the earth and things?
I hate it when I barad anything.
For some reason, that makes me slightly hungry. In any case.
Okay.
So the Big Bang happened, and we made it, I don't know, 13.6 billion years, maybe, before God showed up and started doing stuff. that's sort of not helping his position based on what he said
No.
earlier. And it also doesn't help with evolution. So he's brought in a completely different science that has nothing to do with evolution. What is he doing?
I don't think in any way Michael Jones translating things can be called science.
Well, I mean, he's invoking the Big Bang, at least with the graph, if not by name.
Well, don't forget that people like Eric Hovind, they think that evolution, like, because when we say evolution among, let's face it, normal people who have been educated in the system, where it's almost universally, even in academic circles, when you say evolution, you're talking about biological evolution without context, right? Like basic biological evolution, but they think that there's 6 stages to evolution, like stellar evolution and cosmological evolution, like things that I mean, the terms are not incorrect, right? But when we sort of say evolution, we're really specifically talking about biological evolution, unless somebody says, well, the evolution of languages or the evolution of the planets kind of thing, right? Like they're just terms that are a lot more specific. So, but, of course, creationists hear that and they're like, oh, well, the theory of evolution has how stars form, stellar evolution, and, all of these other stuff in it. And it's like, no, it doesn't. The theory of evolution just deals, it's biological evolution. And this got so bad with Hovind the Elder, Kent Hovind, that I had to start saying, like, it's got to be a debate on biological evolution specifically, because he would just go off onto, oh, you thought the universe comes from nothing, and it's just like, what's that got to do with evolution? But he's talking about the evolution of the universe, which, nobody refers to as evolution. Like if you say, oh, we're discussing evolution today, nobody's talking about the evolution of the universe.
Right. I get that a lot of people think of it as like change over time, but it's not evolution though. It's fine.
Yeah.
Colloquialisms and things.
Mm-hmm.
The Muru note that tohu and bohu don't really mean formless and void. They more likely refer to things like welter, waste, wilderness, these kinds of things. So basically what it's saying is when God began to create the heavens and the earth.
So the words don't mean words. Formless and void actually just mean a wilderness or an unagriculturalized land.
Cool.
Actually, that could kind of make sense considering the spirit of Yahweh is about to build a private garden.
Right.
The earth was unproductive and waste. Darkness over the face of the deep, and then God said, let there be light. Now, you might be going, well, what about the rest of Genesis? Well, actually, as Eric likes to say, Scripture interprets Scripture. And what's interesting is we see a very interesting text in Jeremiah 4 that compares well to Genesis 1, Jeremiah 4, 23 to 26. I looked and behold the earth, it was welter and waste, or unproductive and waste. It's tohu and bohu there. The heavens, they had no light. I looked at the mountains, behold, they were quaking. The hills moving to and fro. I looked and behold, there was no man. The birds of the air had fled. I looked and behold, the fruitful land was the desert. So even very, very conservative young
Do you think Hovind is a KJV guy? Do you think he's KJV only? Like, he looks like a KJV only guy to me. Like the King James version, which the King James version is fucking terrible. It's absolutely terrible. And it was written in, like, I think the 17th century. Like, it's actually not like a new translation, but it's not an old one either. But it sort of falls in that sort of, period where sort of devout, very, very, very devout people wrote it, that, would include everything in there with bad translations, bad stuff in there. It's really a terrible, terrible translation. 1611. Yeah, 17th century. Yeah.
Yeah, it's an oof. Say if I says I'm angry, I know that now. Oh, I've known it for fucking ever. It's a whole thing. Lots of backstory, but not important because of two things. The first is Dr. Kip yesterday, his Friday live stream, he was Vish almost had a stroke because they were covering Wes Huff, and Wes gave a page from a Geneva Bible to whoever the fuck podcast he was on that day. And Vish was like,
Right.
you can't just take a page from this manuscript has survived for over 500 years, and you come along and just take a page out to give to a fucking podcaster, you asshole. But Wes, he was going on about how, well, you know, the Puritans and the Pilgrims, when they came over in fucking 1578 or whatever, they didn't want to bring the King James Bible. They wanted to bring the Geneva Bible. And I'm like, Wes, you expert of experts, the King James 1611 was not out in 1578.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
time goes the other direction, asshole.
Wow. That's insane. And this guy's supposed to be considered some kind of expert on it. What the hell?
Well, he bills himself as a Dead Sea Scrolls guy, which is one of the
Yeah.
reasons that Dr. Kip keeps covering him, because Dead Sea Scrolls is Dr. Kip's domain.
Yes.
But
Yep.
you'd think a guy who's going for a PhD in biblical studies or whatever the fuck his actual focus is would know that 1611 is after 1578.
You'd think so.
Hopefully.
I mean, I'm not even going for a degree like that, and even I can figure that one out. You know, like,
Right?
I think most people could. If you asked most people, was a book in 1611 written in 1578, and they would probably say no.
I dare say. I'm just like, why though? Why? My goodness.
That needs to be clipped. Like, seriously, that needs to be clipped.
Like with Mr. Greasy and the fucking pickle jar.
Ugh.
Oh my goodness. I actually, maybe I will go back and find that, because as you know, I do keep an inventory of clips of apologists behaving badly. Now, normally I've been focusing on the horrible things they say, but maybe I need another one for the silly things they say to lighten things up a bit. So perhaps. The other point I wanted to make is Austin will be on Bad Science Sunday tomorrow, talking about the stinky bad science of Shivambu, apparently.
Shivambu.
Which I should better learn how to pronounce, because I'm going to be substitute weasels tomorrow.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah. Mwahaha. I get to push the goddamn play button, as they say.
Okay, I just Googled what that was, and I regret everything. I regret everything.
You're not wrong, Megan. Oh my god. So, like, one of the last times I had all three of my older kids in one place, we went and we had a picnic, because we love sandwiches, we love to do picnics and so forth. So we went and we parked and we got out all the things, and I had the pickle jar. I couldn't open the fucking thing. I had in fairness, my oldest couldn't open the fucking thing either, and they're on T, so it isn't necessarily the hormone issue, but like it was a whole thing getting this fucking pickle jar open. I digress, though.
John MacArthur acknowledged that Jeremiah is drawing on the creation account in Genesis 1 using the same language, and we can see all sorts of different comparisons here. But what Jeremiah is describing is not a point when the northern kingdom of Israel ceased to exist, like what material out of existence. It's referring to when the Assyrians conquered the northern kingdom. So it went from a productive kingdom to an unproductive kingdom. But you could use that same language to refer to that. So no light. The sun was still shining, ladies and gentlemen. It did not disappear. There were still people there, even as Kings and Chronicles attest. There were still birds and there was still vegetation in the land. But
and if you want to learn more about that, since we're on the subject of Dr. Kip, I recently managed to finally finish his book. It took me a quarter of a year from the solstice to the equinox, but I finished it. And he talks a little bit about how passages in the Bible have exactly that kind of propaganda, where the people who wrote the book in question want to paint the impression that a certain section of the kingdom, like the northern kingdom, the southern kingdom, Jerusalem itself, whatever, is just lying fallow and abandoned because they, the writers of that passage, are somewhere else. Like, oh, well, yeah, no one's in Jerusalem because I'm not in Jerusalem, sort of deal. Propaganda.
And it also helps when you want to invade and take a place as well, to say, well, no one actually lives there. Kind of reminds me of the doctrine of discovery, which was a papal decree that basically said that if Christians don't live in a land, about the time of, I don't know, the King James Bible was out. That was about that time, the age of discovery. But the doctrine sort of said, when you are discovering a new land, like, for instance, the Americas or Australia, for instance, if there aren't any Christians there, then it's uninhabited.
That's how they no people there. That's actually, I really need to remember to incorporate that into more of my anti-Christian nationalist arguments, because I do go on at some length on occasion when the subject is suitable about how they're constantly trying to unperson people in order to make it easier to do the eugenics and whatnot. But it goes back to that idea that if you're not just a Christian, but our flavor of Christian, you don't count as people.
Right.
It's basically saying that the northern kingdom went from unproductive to unproductive. The reverse is what we see in Genesis 1. So this implies, if we're going to let Scripture interpret Scripture, that Genesis 1 is just saying that God took a unproductive wilderness and turned it into a productive world. So,
but if you're going to do that, then the transitive property applies, and that means that if his argument holds, then the northern kingdom was uncreated in that moment. And I don't think anyone would agree with that. Like, all of a sudden, just a section of the planet just poof ceased to exist.
Why would it be uncreated if it goes from unproductive to productive?
Because what he's doing is he's making the analogy that God created everything, like he affirmed in the beginning, doesn't mean God created everything, but that God made agriculture in an unagricultured area, sort of deal. So if you do that in reverse, then that means that an unagricultured area, a wilderness area, is uncreated. Because if proposition A means the same thing as proposition B, then proposition B means the same thing as proposition A, is what I'm getting at.
Yeah, but if God just, sort of started natural mechanisms, then technically you could say that he's the first cause for everything, that it leads back to him. But I think he's saying, he's just saying that in the Northern Kingdom there was an unproductive area and they made it productive. So I think he's putting billions of years in between creating everything, as he says, which was the prime mover or first cause, and everything else kind of thing.
Possibly. And Noise Ending also points out, I'm not an expert on this. Noise Ending says, I'm not an expert on this either. But the phrase he's translating as unproductive and waste is stuff I can't read. But it's a phrase that gets translated many different ways. So just because it means one thing in one context does not mean it means the same thing in a different context.
Right.
So there's a little bit of a what do you call it when a person has a list of possible definitions and they're picking the one that fits with their pet hypothesis?
What, cherry picking?
Kind of, but instead of searching for specific information, it's a definition shopping, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, that's fair. Well, I like that description of it, because that's basically what he's doing. But I mean, so that's what sort of scholars do. They basically say, hey, this is the most likely translation, or what it means based upon contextual clues. And it could be the best translation, but that's why we have so many different translations, right? It's because scholars don't agree on what the translation should be. They disagree. But that's why we can't go, okay, well, the KJV is the only copy that is accurate. Everything else sucks, and I'm a this translation only person. It's why we don't do that.
Mm-hmm. I suppose we all need to learn Hebrew and Greek
I barely know English.
Get to the bottom of this shit.
Yeah, I'm not good with languages. I'm not fantastic.
Yeah.
John Walton says days 1 through 3, which concern the 3 core functions of the cosmos, would consequently be viewed as not just activating, but establishing the control attributes of the cosmos, while days 4 through 6 could be seen as determining the destinies of the functionaries of those cosmos. Now, the reason why it's divided into 7 days is because we look within the culture and within the biblical world. 7 days are a common cultural theme for inaugurating a temple or a sacred space. So the construction of the tabernacle happened in 7 stages, the ordination.
Hold on. Is he saying that the tradition of doing things in 7-day periods is the reason that God creates in 7 days, rather than the 7-day plan that humans do is
Right.
because that's what's in the creation myth?
I think that's what he's saying, but to me, this is really weak. I mean, basically, there's things that come in lots of 7, so that means that this isn't actual literal 7 days. I don't think it's a strong argument, any more than sort of saying, hey, the Bible must be true because we have 7-day weeks kind of thing. And I don't see it as a strong argument.
I see it as kind of worse than that, because he's kind of tipping his hand that just like Christians today try to project their own wants and values into the story, people of the time who wrote these stories were projecting their own reasons for doing things onto it. We build a temple in 7 days, so therefore God built his temple in 7 days.
Right. Yeah. No, I hear what you're saying. I definitely hear what you're saying. But it could just be a complete coincidence that sort of 7 steps are mentioned in the Bible, and 7, there's 7s all throughout it. They may just have liked the number 7. We don't know.
It seems plausible. There was a big obsession with numbers around that period of time. Pythagoras' cult had kind of dispersed and gone to the 4 winds, and they were landing in all sorts of places as wandering mystics and holy men talking math.
Witchcraft.
Probably.
Yeah.
7 days. Solomon's temple, constructed in 7 years, dedicated to God during a 7-day festival on the 7th month. Even his dedication speech was given in 7 petitions. In the culture, we can see another 7-day temple dedication.
But were there 7 cylinders? I think it's fascinating that we have some of these really, really ancient writings on cylinders.
Yeah.
And yet we're like, oh, the printing press didn't come around until the 1400s. What do you think those cylinders were for? Never mind. Side tangents and things.
So generally what we see going on in Genesis is that there is an unspecified amount of time before Genesis 1:1. God shows up to an unproductive wilderness and basically inaugurates it to be his temple that he elects in. And this, we get support from Jeremiah 4, for example, where we see the same language being used to describe production going to unproductive. Well, the reverse is happening in Genesis 1, unproductive to productive. That suggests that biblical language is used to describe that very activity. Now, there's other things I could get to, but I will leave it at there so I don't go on too long. I would like to talk about death, because I would make a case that there was death before the fall, and other issues as well. But with that, I'll just give you kind of a rundown of where I'm coming from on this issue and why I think that theistic evolution is perfectly compatible with Christianity, because Genesis 1 is talking about something entirely different. Thank you.
Oh.
So
enter the biblical literalist. Yeah, no.
Right. So his opening was like 6 minutes, maybe.
Wow.
But he still had more time. He could have talked about death and these other things, at least a little bit, instead of just like hand waving
Right.
at them. I don't know. Right-handed
It's
system
kind of
has an answer. There were 8 cylinders in a V formation. I'll take your word for it on this. You might be fucking with me, and I'd never know it. But maybe, yeah. More cylinders.
where's your God of Sevens now?
Right.
Look, I think that to me it's weird. Like, we would be taking a completely different tack to this. We'd be like looking at science, looking at what we observe around us, looking at the evidence that's been provided to us. It's very weird that he's just sort of going, well, this is how I interpret the Bible. It's just strange. It's really weird to me.
Yeah, we can't just have like, this is what this means because of this. It's, well, I look at it this way. Fucking weird. I don't know. Oh, it was the Ford 409. Well, that explains why the CCs were part of the. I'm like, why are there? See, I wouldn't know. And if you watched Dr. Ben's trivia yesterday, you would know I know very little about how engines work at all.
Fair enough. Me too.
Awesome. Thank you for that. And whoops, we lost Eric for a second there.
They kicked Eric out.
Oh no!
Out of here.
And why'd you bring him back? We lost Eric for a second. It's not disappointing in the slightest.
I know. God tried to save you, but no.
I can't believe you wanted to pray before this. I mean, do they have times that they have to pray like Muslims kind of thing? No, of course they don't. He's doing it to be is it a debate tactic? Is it that he felt panicked and that's how he deals? That's his coping mechanism? I have no idea, but that is so weird. Like, that is so weird. Like, you have a debate at a certain time. You don't go into it and go, well, now I got to pray. Excuse me, fellow Christians, I have to pray, so I have to delay this thing. What the hell, my guy?
And especially considering the whole prohibition on public prayer for the point of look at me reasons that Jesus talked about, but never mind what Jesus had to say on things.
Oh,
like
yeah, no one listens to that guy, yeah.
Frickin' commie, hippie, liberal, whatever.
Yeah, that woke guy.
Oh, that'll be a great joke. I should remember that for morning. I should be like, Happy Woke Jesus Day.
Eric, we're going to kick it over to you now to give us some of your preliminary thoughts on the issue as well.
Awesome. Thanks, guys. And I appreciate this being a conversation. I've seen a couple of, I guess I watched Marcus Ross versus Michael, and I hope that a good conversation ensues out of this, and it's not just a rehash of everything that's happened there. Let me share my slides here. Do have a couple of videos. I hope the audio comes through for you guys. I have spent the last 25 years of my life presenting on creation versus evolution. I'm not specifically a textual critic. I don't have a PhD in that. I appreciate the guys that are out there that are doing that.
That's all right. Neither does Michael.
The way he says, I don't have a PhD in that, like the tone implies that he has several other PhDs, or at least one other. He does not, to be clear.
Right.
He doesn't even have a what is it, Patriot Bible University diploma, like his dad,
uncredited, yeah.
Yeah, and that's why, I'm sure it would have crossed his mind, but he sees his dad get laughed at about it, so he doesn't. It makes you look weaker to have a fake degree than just to not have a degree.
Yes. And that's why, so it's so bad that even after Kent Hovind's been outed as having a fake degree, I'm not sure if I should use uncredited or discredited for Patriot University's degrees. Uncredited is, of course, the technical term, but he doesn't argue it anymore, right? Like, he used to argue, no, my degrees are valid. And then people started reading the dissertation and made, it was just hilariously bad. It was obviously not a real degree. It was just terrible. He won't argue it anymore and go, oh, well, if you don't believe it's a real degree, then don't believe it's a real degree. But he still uses the term doctor because he can't let it go. It's so important to him that he's a doctor. And it's absolutely pathetic. It really is.
Ego, I get. Well, it's part of the con man game. It's not necessarily just ego and narcissism, although not to diagnose a person I don't know IRL, he definitely has tendencies that head in those general directions. But also it's part of the con man game is to prop yourself up and seem like as confident as possible and so forth.
But do you notice the way that Eric Hovind's kind of doing the same? Like when he says, well, I don't have a degree in that, and I've been studying this for 25 years kind of thing. It's sort of, it's kind of weird. It's kind of weird because that's not an argument. There are people that have been studying stuff, like flat earthers have been studying the earth for 25 years. They're still wrong.
Mm-hmm.
We're actually finding out what does the text say, what does it mean. Enjoy going to conferences that are helping us understand that and helping us figure that out. I think, let's see here. This quote really is incredibly important to me. A.W. Tozer said, what comes into...
So he's also going to open his debate by not talking about evolution. Love it.
Mm-hmm.
Our minds, when we think about God, that's the most important thing about us. And I could not agree more. What comes into your mind when you think about the God of the Bible is the most important thing about it.
Oh, he started to wave the Bible
I don't think any of us would
already.
disagree that we are watching.
Eric
of course
does
he did.
this. He'll have a Bible in hand and start to wave it around like it's it's absolutely terrible. It is the most performative thing, and all of these guys will have a Bible, my dude. It's not, and I feel like it's just his audience deems whoever is the most holy is the one with a Bible in hand,
Right. If you have the Bible in your hand more than the other guy, you're clearly more biblical.
Obviously.
I'm speaking.
Obviously.
Well, I think it actually is like a holy symbol. It's not even a security blanket. It's like whatever I say while I'm holding this must be God's own truth.
Mm-hmm.
Because if not, like God would smite me for lying while holding this or something like that.
Right.
I don't know.
It's very performative.
Mm-hmm. Very peculiar. Also, is this a Doctor Strange clip? With the doubled city thing? I'm
not sure.
A world seemingly be turned upside down. I'm here in Florida. We have Disney in Florida, and they're now pushing their agenda and publicly pushing an LGBT agenda on the kids that come through and the kids that watch their material. We had what they call the Don't Say Gay bill. We just watched the very first Miss USA transgender individual in American history. And I could go through a whole bunch of what I think all of us would agree.
What's this got to do with evolution? Is this going to be like a big conspiracy theory?
I mean,
the work evolution agenda is trying to make our kids gay. What is this? What am I watching?
I know. This proves that there can't be evolution because our society is evolving. Like every generation is more accepting than the previous one.
Okay, this has gone off the rails already. I don't know. Like the moderator, look, there's Nicholas guy. He's got no idea why he's bringing this up. He's like, what is this debate about? Like, Eric, it's about evolution. You're talking sociology.
Right.
Like, it's not even.
What is he even as a fucking wackadoo? What is he even mad about? Like, aren't these people constantly like trans women have to get their own categories? They did. This is what you wanted.
To be fair, she was gorgeous, like absolutely gorgeous. Like, come on now. But like here's the thing. Here's the thing. Even if all of this was bad for society, I mean, I think that the Christians, the thing that they're lacking is actually showing how it's bad for society, right? Like the actual implications towards not some sort of vague idea of God will be angry or gorgeous Ember. Like God will be angry or this is morally bad for reasons because God's nature or something. Just not these vague, but actual, harmful effects for people in their lives. Even if it were the case that this was the most harmful stuff ever, does not mean evolution is untrue. That is an appeal to consequence. It's sort of like saying, well, if poor people stole and they just went out there and stole stuff, that would be bad. So there can't be poor people, right? Like it's just one does not lead to the other. It's not a logical argument. And so him saying, well, evolution and the science, it promotes all of this woke stuff and that's bad, even if it is bad, which I think they definitely have not shown in any way, and I don't think is true. But even if it was, it still doesn't disprove the thing that you're talking about. Right? All you're saying, if you make that argument and appeal to consequences, is I don't like the consequences of this thing being true, so it's not true. That's the argument.
Yeah. Nuclear radiation would be bad for our thyroids. And so therefore we never detonated nuclear weapons.
Right.
Yeah.
And I'll sort of tie this into the way that they think and way that Eric thinks. They do a lot of this. They'll be like, well, if we had to die, I would never get happiness again. So I'm not going to die and I'm going to go to heaven. Right? That's not an argument. It's basically saying, well, I don't like the idea of dying and never having pleasurable things. So heaven must be true. Nobody likes that idea. It has no impact on whether a heaven exists or does not exist, or any of this is true or not true. Wishful thinking.
Yes, very much. I'm thinking of a few different things about hell. It's been a hell of a day, and I'm on so much medicine. My memory for today is not working super well. But a friend was talking about how somebody was doing that whole threat of hell thing at them earlier. And my first thought at the time was hell would be more like, now that you're finally free of all these people trying to put a boot on your neck, have a marshmallow and take a seat by the campfire,
Is craziness going on in this world. And it seems that the world really is.
Man who believes in a conspiracy theory is calling the rest of the world crazy.
Yeah, I think that I did a fundamentalist fails on who was that pastor? Doug Wilson, right? The one that has influenced Hegseth, and it's all tied into politics, and their form of fundamentalism is kind of getting this real grab upon politics in America. And he sort of called the idea, like he said, clown world as being the sort of the left sphere of diversity, acceptance, all of this kind of stuff is what we promote. And I'm like, you would rather a world, like, to me, a clown world would be one where, I don't know, you just bomb a country for no apparent reason with no apparent goal, just to, and then demand that other countries come in to help clean up the mess that you made because you didn't know what you were doing with it. A world where files come out that have the president directly named them, implicated in them, and he claims that he's been completely exonerated. Like the craziness of this is just astounding. And they think that that's normal. And that Hey,
It's
if we
just
say,
how you
hey,
move.
maybe transgender people should be able to freely live their life, the same as any of the rest of us, and be happy, have relationships, and be valuable members of the community. And they say that's clownery. But instead, we're going to bomb a random country because we think that it may bring Jesus back and we'll all go to heaven to live forever. But yours is clownery.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, how dare you exist? In fact, not believing our shenanigans will literally work. Will definitely work. With no plan either.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. It touches on freaking everything. Like another friend of the channel, Claire Bear from the Claire View channel. She does she's reading one of those self-help books. This one's called The 48 Laws of Power or something like that. And today's law, they were talking about how a conquistador named Barboa, I believe, learned about the existence of Peru and tried. I'm getting weird noise. Are you guys getting weird noise?
I can sort of hear it very faintly, but it's not really coming through this side.
I bet it's... Nope, it's not that. Let me...
I don't think it's me.
Okay. No, I had the live feed from the Artemis mission.
Oh, gotcha.
Hooked
Yep.
into my OBS, but like I didn't have it turned on. I don't know. Anyway, that was probably like Houston or something. I don't know. I'm very excited. I went for a walk yesterday and I kept looking up at the sky like spaceship.
Hey, as long as you got the toilet fixed, that's the important part. That's the important part.
For real, for real. But anyway, the story of this conquistador, he discovered Peru exists, but he had no fucking plan. And so he kept bungling and bungling and bungling, and he got declared an outlaw, and eventually other conquistador Pizarro showed up and like offed him, and then Pizarro was the one who went and conquered Peru because this fella had no damn plan. So have a plan or things will go very badly is the point of that particular. Now, again, this is from a self-help book about the 48 laws of power. So take it with a grain of salt. But the point is not having a fucking plan keeps coming up. You're probably trying to fix the toilet again. Yeah.
No. I totally agree with you. But I think that a lot of stuff didn't have a plan. Like, the tariffs. Let's tariff all these countries. They had no plan whatsoever. They just didn't have a clue what they were doing. Either they didn't have a clue or didn't care. But, like when you listen to the economists, they'll say that's absolutely terrible. Every single one said it.
Yeah. But they're like, no, we can just declare things because God will make whatever we wish happen, even though that keeps not happening over and over and over.
Yep.
But if we don't believe in science hard enough, then consequences don't happen.
Well, I guess I'm bringing it up because we've got to, as sort of atheists, we get saddled with everything that any atheist has ever done. And people are still bringing up like, oh, but Stalin was an atheist. And it's like, yeah, but he was also a communist and a totalitarian. Like these things are not the same thing, right? Like just because you're an atheist doesn't mean you agree with communism or even, authoritarianism, whatever. It doesn't mean that. But we've got to hold these people accountable for putting fundamentalism in the driver's seat, right? And showing that this is what happens when you put inexperienced, incompetent fundamentalists who think that God's just going to work everything out into a position of authority and responsibility. Because that they will to completely screw everything up, because they'll make these decisions based upon not upon the evidence and the reasoning that will get you to a correct conclusion, but on scripture and what they want to be true. It's absolute madness, and this complete crap show. We cannot let people like Eric Hovind, right, like Doug Wilson, these fundamentalists who have influenced thought in this current administration, off the hook for it. We've got to say, hey, this is what happens when you get these religious fundamentalists into power.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's. I thought we had learned that lesson after the first time through, but then the fundamentalists. It's the thing about fundamentalists is they can never admit when they're wrong, and so they double down when you show them they did something wrong.
Yes. Well, the thing was that the first one, don't forget that Project 2025 hadn't been written at that point. The Heritage Foundation was less involved in that one, and there was still some, as they call it, adults in the room kind of thing. There were still some people really pushing back against, the absolutely disastrous stuff that this guy wanted to do. But enter Project 2025, and that's where things went sideways, because you've got a fundamentalist religion willing to use an idiot to accomplish all of these goals, and the idiot going along with it because he's an idiot.
He's a useful idiot, though, I suppose.
For them, not so much for everybody else.
Yeah. So on that happy note,
upside down. So what is it that comes in our mind when we think about God? In other words, is this the way God created everything? And now let me make it clear: the age of the earth is not a salvation issue. Okay, I think we would all agree on that. I think.
Well, then why do you harp about it so much, Eric?
Yeah, who would care?
I think we would all agree that repentance of sin and trust in Christ is the groundwork, is the foundation. That is the essentials of salvation. But I do think that the age of the earth and theistic evolution is the foundation that makes this that gives salvation its necessity. So it's
now this is the one area where I think IP's intro actually served him a little bit, because he already cut Eric's legs out from under him by saying, even with a longer time scale, that his interpretation, which apparently is what's on trail here, includes that God created everything, Garden of Eden, original sin, Tree of Life, all of that shit. So you don't need the 6,000 years to do that. You just need the original sin, which is what Eric, and Ham, always tries to argue.
The foundation that makes salvation necessary, and that is the issue. The other big issue we have here is the very character, the very nature of God himself. So if I put it in a tweet, it would be, the age of the earth is not essential to salvation, but it's essential to the foundation that makes salvation even necessary. I hear people.
So Eric's telling on the religion now. He's saying God created a very poor design and salvation is necessary.
Right.
All the time say, hey, don't focus on Genesis, guys. Guys, get off of this. You're wasting your time, Bible dingers, on a program to talk about evolution versus creation. Let's just focus on Jesus. Let's give everybody the Jesus.
Bible dingers, incidentally, is the name of the host channel. It's not just a weird thing Eric says, but he does say weird things.
I thought it was a Christian prank show.
Maybe.
You've been Bible dinged. Yeah, maybe.
Oh my goodness.
Could you imagine a Christian prank show? Your holy water is just normal water. Bible dinged.
Baby. And in one sense, I kind of agree with them. If we just focus on what Jesus taught, that would be fantastic. Here's the problem for those that don't want to focus on Genesis. If you focus on Jesus, you're going to end up focusing on Genesis. He talked about Genesis over and over and over. He talks about Adam and Eve as the first married couple in the cosmos, in history. He talks about Abel being the very first prophet who was martyred. He talks about...
I don't think that's true.
Was Abel a prophet?
No.
What did he prophesy?
Okay, well, I have this handy Bible here. Let's use it, I guess.
Maybe
Oh,
you could argue he
tablet.
was the first saint. Maybe.
Maybe. I mean, he's the first human death, so there's that. Luke is
Didn't
after
Abel and
John.
Cain present sacrifices to the? Maybe he talked, because I know afterwards Cain talked to God, but did Abel? He definitely was blessed by God. Maybe that's what he's talking about. Okay, maybe I don't. But
11.
surely Adam talked to God before that. So why isn't Adam the first prophet? I'm so confused.
Right. It's very strange. 1150, 42, 48. No, that's 46. Oh my goodness, these numbers are so fucking tiny. So it's in the middle of a paragraph.
Yeah,
I'll
they
just,
don't expect you to read it, Ember. You're supposed to just have it. They don't expect you to read it.
I know. I should have these memorized. Silly me. Okay, the whole paragraph. It starts at verse 47, I guess.
Okay.
Ember needs reading glasses, fam. My goodness, this is bad. Woe to you, because you build tombs for the prophets, and it was your ancestors who killed them. So you testify that you approve of what your ancestors did. They killed the prophets, and you built the tombs. Because of this, God, in his wisdom, said, I will send them prophets and apostles, some of whom they will kill, and others they will persecute. Therefore, this generation will be held responsible for the blood of all the prophets that has been shed since the beginning of the world. From the blood of Abel to the blood of Zechariah. Oh, he's doing an A to Z thing. How cute.
Oh, wow.
Those who was killed between the altar and the sanctuary. Yes, I tell you, this generation will be held responsible for it all. Which, is clear because of the whole apocalypse thing that definitely happened back then. Like, why do we need an apocalypse if it already happened? But never mind. But that's where he gets that justification, is because he was talking about how every godly man has been killed. And therefore, every godly man is a prophet, according to Eric. Yeah. Awesome. Which, to be clear, entirely God's fault. God's the one who said, you need to go die now. You know, that was God's rule.
Yep.
Noah and the flood as if it's a real historical event. He references the account of Moses lifting up the serpent. He speaks of the manna from heaven, the experiences of Lot and his wife.
There's an issue with it, though, Eric, because he's a fucking lay rabbi. He's a preacher man. So just like a preacher man today can talk about the stories in the Bible as if they're metaphors and allegories and fables and things, Jesus could do the same thing.
Yeah.
The fact he references Noah doesn't necessarily mean he believes Noah's flood was literal.
Yep.
Judgment of Sodom and Gomorrah, the miracles of Elijah and Jonah and the big fish. You cannot, he even talks about how Satan was a murderer from the beginning. You cannot get away from Jesus clearly referring to Genesis as real history, something that truly took place starting with the beginning, that he is the creator. I did a whole series on this. You're welcome to have it for free. You can actually go to Creation-Today-ist.
Buy my DVDs.
Buy my free DVDs, I guess. My goodness. I'm tempted, though. I haven't done so, like, I think it was, I don't know, the first year I had a channel. I went and did the Comic-Con that I do every summer, and when I came back, I got onto a roll, and I did like a long recording session of a response to one of Eric Hovind's sermons. and it ended up being like a 7-parter that between all of them honestly got more views than my channel ever has.
Right.
Like my first 2K view video was in that series. All of them together was it was
There you go.
it was pretty cool. But it's been a minute. But that was like, oh my goodness, it was so long. It was when I was still in that period in my life when I was like, sure, I'll just sit behind a camera for 12 hours. It's fine.
And get it for free. A big problem I have is, what is the point of the billions of years? And that is another big question that I think we need to wrestle with, because we never invented these ideas, and there's multiple of them: day, age, gap, cosmic temple, framework hypothesis, ruin recreation. We didn't even invent these ideas until old Earth came about. And then you have to ask, why did old Earth theory even come about? Why did James Hutton start pushing? It had been around as kind of a concept, but it had never been published, certainly never been turned into something that was science. Why did it come about?
It's called geology, Eric. It's called geology.
Now, Eric is sort of pushing a revisionist version of things. And it's not entirely his fault, because he was born after young Earth creationism became a thing.
Yeah.
But nobody needed young Earth versus old Earth, whatever. People believe the Bible are just like, it's what the Bible says, whatever. And as we did the geology, as we did the paleontology, as we did, the chemistry and the physics and all the different things that showed us the Earth is billions of years old, people just shrugged and went, that must be when the Bible was talking about, I guess.
Sure. Yeah.
It wasn't until the 1960s that some asshole came along and was like, the Bible literally says that. Well, he was referencing some math some dude had done a few hundred years before, but making it into a political movement, into like, we need special churches dedicated to young Earthism, that's the 1960s. People didn't have to argue old Earth, because people were fine with the science and the facts and the things that were demonstrable, until grifters started showing up and saying otherwise.
The basic concept of theistic evolution, when you put it on a timeline and say 13.8 billion years ago was the beginning, 4.6 billion years ago the Earth formed, and then man just came along 6,000 to maybe, even if we go with an evolutionary worldview, 3 million years ago, we got a big problem. Now we have sin coming into the world long after death entered into the world. And
well, not necessarily. I mean, first of all, humans predate 6,000 years. In fact, human civilizations predate 6,000 years. But never mind that. You could, just like both Eric and IP have been talking about interpretations of things, you could interpret this: death entered the world along with sin. Since sin requires humans, it could be talking about death for humans. That the natural world operated the same way the natural world has always operated, with or without humans.
Yes.
And then humans showed up. And
yeah.
I got to show you this, just because I think your listeners will certainly appreciate this analogy. Do we even know what 13.8 billion actually is? I'm a little worried that we have no clue what that actually is. We throw out big numbers. Congress takes
it's a number, Eric.
It's 13,800 million years.
Yeah, it's a 1, a 3, an 8, and then 10 zeros, maybe 11. I'm very bad at visualizing things.
Yeah, but it's okay. We can figure it out together.
I can't spell visually either. It's so weird. I can like visualize an atom. I can see the proton and the neutron and electron, and like however many proton, like no problem. But like spelling out a word visually, brain doesn't do it. Nope.
Okay.
of it all the time. Throw out big numbers, billion, trillion, how much do they need? And we do not understand what this is. If you've ever seen the Adams chart of history, it's 23 feet long and it's covering all 6,000 years of human history. And it's actually pretty detailed. It's really
all 6,000 years.
Doesn't Ken Hovind reference that as well? Like he points at these charts and goes, "Oh, well, this is this is where the bloodlines, how old they say they were. So that's obviously the history of the world.
It's written on a paper. It must be true.
It's written down. I do apologize, Amber. I've got to go for 1 second. I do apologize. I'll be back in 1 sec. Again, I apologize.
Okay, no worries. I will take the opportunity to run a brief ad for the other stuff I've been up to recently. Yay, capitalism! In 2024, NASA researcher Rachel Lenz gave the world a flag made from NASA images for Pride Month. On January 20th, 2025, the incoming U.S. administration ordered that Artistic Union of Science and Civil Rights deleted. So I tracked down the original images it was made from, recreated it, and then added even more wonders of the cosmos to update the flag to the current, more inclusive form. On the anniversary of the inauguration, I released it. And it went viral several times. Now you can get a physical copy of that artwork as a full-sized flag or a large sticker, as well as space artworks of the other Pride flags: lesbian, gay, bisexual, trans, queer, intersex, ace, and new flags being added all the time. Get one for yourself or give them as gifts and celebrate Pride, celebrate science, celebrate resistance, and help support a creator fighting for human rights for all humans. Head to astralpride.com. Hell yeah.
I had to get some water because this argument is drying out my brain, quite frankly. It's terrible.
Valid. Speaking of dry, Left-Handed Jedi mentions Sumerian Kings list for the win.
Nice.
We do. Oh, I believe there's like one or two kings on that list. I may be misremembering, but some of them live over 1,000 years, and like collectively, they alone are more than 6,000 years. But details.
A fascinating chart to study if you want to get one and study it out. If we were to take that 23-foot long chart of human history and we were to shrink it down to the width.
It's kind of a shame that they folded it up instead of making it a scroll.
Yeah.
That you could put in a clay jar and seal and put in a cave in the desert for another 2,000 years. 125,000 years of history. Now, at a certain point, that's definitely, hell, there's people who lived 1,000 years on there. So at some point, it definitely becomes mythological, but still, it kind of puts this nonsense to shame.
Yeah.
Get better nonsense, Eric.
Of one human hair, 1/1000th of an inch. If that represented the last 6,000 years of human history, what would represent, a human hair is 6,000 years, what would represent the 13.8 billion years of history? Do you realize that the 13.8 billion years of history would have to be represented by a Boeing 777 with a 212-foot wingspan? And all of a sudden you get to the very end of the wing.
So again, this is an appeal to consequence. It's basically saying, I wouldn't like it if human history, or all of what I see as human history, because we know that human history isn't just what happened in the Bible, right? Like, it's a bit longer than that. But anyway, even if he's correct about this, it's just saying, well, I don't like it if humans' history is only a fraction of the history of the universe. That isn't an argument for it being true or false. It's just basically saying, well, I don't like it.
It's scary. Like a Boeing, probably. I haven't flown in many years.
There's a hair on there, and that represents all of human history. You say, well, I think human history started 70,000 years ago. Okay, who cares? Do the numbers on that. If human history equals 70,000 years, and that's the width of a hair, the 13.8 billion years is now almost actually 16.5 feet long, 2 8-foot sections of picket fence, privacy fence. And you get to the very end of the privacy fence, and there's a hair on there. And that's all 70,000 years of human history. Say, well, I think we've been here for, a couple million years, maybe 2 million. Fine. Still got a problem. Now you got 9 NBA basketball, men's size basketballs. Line those up.
Men's size
what?
basketball.
But this is really illuminating to how they think, because they're kind of like, but if evolution is true, then we're not as important as I want us to be. Like, this is not an argument whether it's true or false. It's just Eric going, well, I wouldn't like it if humans aren't important as I want them to be.
Mm-hmm. We're not
What
as
the
important
hell
as
is this?
basketball. Hey, there's Claire. Claire, I was just talking about you, about today's episode of The Laws of Power, about how the fella in Peru didn't fucking plan. It was helpful because I was able to reference it earlier. Yeah.
A whole lot of not planning going on. Yeah, no, I
True.
get you.
I wonder if Eric planned this intro. I mean, he made slides for it, but I don't know that it's doing what he hopes it's doing.
Well, it seems to be an appeal to consequence, right? The consequence of evolution being true is that humans aren't a predominant voice, a predominant force in the history of the universe. Because don't forget, he's going back 13.8 billion years. He's going back to the start origin of the universe. And sort of, yeah, that's true. Humans have been around for a very short amount of time, but he's sort of saying it can't be true because of the consequence of that chain of logic. And that is a fallacy. It's basically saying, well, I don't like it, so it can't be true. That doesn't follow, Eric, at all. It's true or not, regardless of whether it makes you uncomfortable, of whether it makes you feel like humans are not as significant as you want them to be. It doesn't matter. So it always amazes me when they think like this.
Well,
and you know, we've only seen a couple of his arguments, but every single one of them is this argument. It can't be, the earth can't be old because that would mean I'm uncomfortable with something.
I mean, heaven forbid that, you know, a rich white man be uncomfortable with something.
Oh yeah, no, we can't have that. We can't have
No,
that.
definitely not. But you know, he may have something in common with an acquaintance of ours who believes in a different yet related conspiracy theory.
I love balls.
Is that Fladzoid? Wow. Okay. Yep. Yep.
Weirdly, that's the second time this week I've referenced that debate. Damian Marie Athope, who I'm doing a special episode of Critical Call with on Skeptic Haven, I think the week after next, something like that. It's coming soon, TM. He was talking about how flat earthers always say atmosphere. And it made me think of this debate that Mark and I did with Flatzoid and that other fella, Jim, where Flatzoid he said atmosflat, and he did it so casually and smoothly, it made me do a double take because he clearly does it all the time. Mm-hmm. I'm like, what did you just say? But yeah, that's that debate where he was like, I love balls. Oh, I'm a fucking child sometimes. It's fine. Celebrate your inner child.
Yeah. Absolutely. I'm all for
it. Balls are fun. Common ground
of gravity, inevitable.
At the very end of 9 basketballs, you have a human hair. And that's all of human history. Guys, I'm sorry. Like Dr. Danny Faulkner said, adding billions of years to the biblical timeline is limiting God's power to create the world in 6 days. So,
well, no, not necessarily, because like saying he could only do it in 6 days is limiting his power. He can do it however the fuck he wants. according to the thing, but
Mhm.
also Danny Faulkner's the one among his many other hypotheses. He's the official head astronomer for Answers in Genesis. And one of his pet theories was it actually is 13.8 billion years. God created the earth in 6 days and then dropped it into a black hole where time doesn't pass, and then pulled it out 6,000 years ago, so that Earth has only had 6,000 years of history, but the rest of the universe is 13.8 billion years old.
That would completely destroy Eric's argument, though. Kind of. No, it wouldn't, because we're talking about evolution. So, but this is weird because we're talking about evolution, right? Which, it's theistic evolution. So I don't know. I feel like we're going back to the start of the universe, and I really find that obnoxious when there's an evolution debate on. I really do. Eric.
Yeah, like could we talk about evolution now, Eric? Probably not. No.
I will never forget that that video that Eric did with Dr. Danny Faulkner when he was like, oh, but the speed of light could be different, because it's trying to explain how if the speed of light is a constant, roughly 300,000 kilometers per second, how stars can be millions of light years away from us, yet the light has still gotten to us, right? Because it wouldn't, if under 6,000 years, it wouldn't have time to travel. And Eric's like, oh, but the speed of light could be different, right? It could be a lot faster, somewhere out in space. And Danny Faulkner goes, no, absolutely not. If you change the speed of light, you change molecular momentum. Nothing, like it has to be that speed in a vacuum. And he's like, but it could be different outside the solar system. And he's like, no, like absolutely not. No. And then he appeals. And this tells you a lot about Dr. Danny Faulkner. He sort of goes, no, physics cannot be changed. You can't change the speed of light, because he knows about these physics. I think he is an astronomer. He definitely knows. And then he goes, but I believe it's some kind of miracle that did it. We don't understand, and we can't explain, kind of thing. So that's how Dr. Danny Faulkner explains how the light from stars millions of light years away fits with modern physics and the 6,000-year-old Earth, how those two things intertwine. That a miracle happened somehow.
It hurts the head, because there's so many really obvious answers if they weren't tripping over themselves to try to make the magic book be true. I've mentioned before that they have the heat problem. Young Earth has a big fucking heat problem.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
The Earth radiometrically, I mean, the fact we have lead shows that radiometric decay has happened, and so that releases a lot of heat. It has to go somewhere. Guts at Gibbon ran the numbers, and you melt the Earth several times over. In fact, you vaporize the crust of the Earth several times over. That's a bad time for everybody. But I've mentioned before, I worked out a way that would solve the heat problem, not any of the other problems that come along with the flood, but the heat problem, and I will sell it to the creationists for enough money to end world hunger. And I know they fucking have it, because they brag about it constantly. I will give them that.
I've seen on Donnie's channel, Standing for Truth, he has come up with the most ridiculous solutions at least 5 times, none of which work, and some of which don't even address the main problem.
Yeah, they keep trying and failing. But the reason I mention it is to show that there is the possibility of finding real answers, but they're too busy tripping over themselves because they're trying to confirmation bias the damn myths. For example, they can't solve the 6,000-year-old universe thing because they want the whole universe to be created at the same time.
Yes.
But if you start creating the universe 80 billion light years out and only, follow the wave of propagation and create the universe as you go, then you arrive at Earth 6,000 years ago. The light from the CMB reaches here 6,000 years ago and then create the Earth 6,000
Right.
years ago. You're
can't do that.
riding the event horizon of time,
Yeah, but they can't do that because they've got day 1, day 2, and they take it as literal days.
Yeah.
Even though, what does a day mean before, because halfway through, and this is the self-refutation of the Bible kind of thing, because you've got, God spoke light into being or whatever, but the sun and the moon was only created later. So how do you get days without, because we know a day is a one rotation of the Earth. It's not the sun moving around us, it's one rotation of the Earth. So how do you have days without the Earth and the sun? I don't know. I don't know how that works. It doesn't.
Declaring things is like magic, probably.
Possibly.
I don't know. I just work here. It's another instance of they haven't thought it through. No plan. Oh well.
Sin come into the world at the beginning, which is what the Bible teaches? Or did sin come into the world all the way down here in the last human hairs of existence to the cosmos? I don't understand the point of billions of years.
We know, Eric, we know. But again, you don't need sin to be there from the instant of creation. In fact, even the Bible doesn't say that. It says that, creation, God made the world in the 7 days, and then there was an indeterminate period of time before the fall, whatever the fuck that means. But even assuming it's the very next day, cool. You still have sin entering the world after. In fact, humans are already around before sin enters the world. So what's the problem? It doesn't have to be there 13 billion years ago.
But he's sort of saying, what's the point of billions of years? What's the point of trillions of stars?
It's a good question.
You could just say, oh, well, God's showing the glory of his timelessness or something. You can make some crap up. If we're just making crap up, let's just create an excuse. That's the thing about these kind of explanations. You can always make up an excuse for the problem is that the God is ineffable, right? Ineffable, it's more than unknown. It cannot be known. It is unknowable to you cannot understand this being, basically. So any behavior, anything at all, you can just say, well, that's the mystery of God. You don't have to explain anything. What's the point? God works in mysterious ways.
Right? It is not for you to understand, young Hovind.
Correct. Yes. You think you can understand why God took billions of years? How dare you? Blasphemy. Get the torches and pitchforks and erect the bonfire. Let's go.
Do people even have pitchforks anymore? I mean, I had one when I lived on a farm, but
I have forks.
I do have a pickaxe. Maybe that for some reason,
you have a pickaxe. Okay. Well,
every damn video game I end up playing a miner. I just love digging in the dirt. What can I say?
That's fine. That's fine.
Is theistic evolution compatible with the Bible? I got some more stuff I want to show in a second, but first of all, the answer is clearly no. It's not the God of the Bible, and I do want to talk about that. It's not the God of Scripture, and it doesn't fit with the biblical text that we actually have, let alone does it fit with the science that we have. So to answer the question...
Well, that's true. The Bible does not fit with the science that we have.
Yeah.
Eric said, we should have made a drinking game. I mean, we'd die of alcohol poisoning, but Eric said something true.
Plus, I don't really drink
Jeffrey, that would be a drink trigger.
Is theistic evolution biblical? It is clearly clearly not biblical. It's not what the writers of Scripture meant. It's not what Jesus believed. And if you go into Paul and the apostles, it's certainly not what they believed either. So the answer is a resounding no. And I'm looking forward to talking about it.
All right. So
openings are finished. Yeehaw. So Eric went 10 minutes. IP went 5-6-ish.
Mm-hmm.
And neither
Eric's
one of them
have
mentioned a fucking thing about evolution.
Right. I was just about to say that, but Eric didn't mention anything even vaguely close to evolute. Then again, neither did Michael. Now that I come to think about it,
yeah,
it was talking about translations and stuff. This hurts. This actually hurts. Look, look at this guy. Look at Eric. He thinks he's done really well.
Mm-hmm.
My guy, you made the worst arguments. Your entire argument was the entailments of this position on evolution would mean that I don't like the entailments.
I'm not a fan, therefore it didn't happen.
I'm not a fan. Not a fan.
I know there's so many mining games. Guard says, darn it, now I want to play more Deep Rock Galactic. I haven't played that one, but like in World of Warcraft, I'd play different characters, but like every time I made a new character on a new server, always a miner, the first character, because first of all, the stamina boost helped, but also I just love digging up the pretty rocks. And then, you know, when Mark and I play a game together on stream, half the time it's Terraria, you know. I'm just
pretty much.
I like to dig.
Hey, that's fine. That's fine. Look, I know that when I played Minecraft with my best friend, he was the miner and I did all of the above ground stuff. I think I'm too chaotic and I think I'm too I'm not patient, not patient, but just systematic enough. I'm very loosey-goosey, so I did all the above ground stuff, running around like an idiot and doing stuff above ground, and he did most of the mining, because I used to like dig in random directions and find stuff and inevitably drop onto dripstone and die, and it's not cool. It's not fun. It's fine. I can mine. It's not my favorite activity. I'm just gonna say it. I'm just gonna say it. All right.
No,
not my favorite activity.
Fine. I get it. Like some people love to do fishing in video games, and I don't fucking get it. I'm like, why are you fishing? We should be in a dungeon. But then I'll run around Sholazar Basin for hours looking for Serenite. You know, I can't help myself. I fucking love it.
Okay. No, that's good. I don't mind fishing. I really don't.
Yeah, I mean it's okay, I guess. Terraria made me start to like fishing, but that's a whole other issue. Sinister says mining was a useful skill for the only profession in World of Warcraft, engineering. Oh my goodness! So I started blacksmithing so I could make my own weapons and armor, and I made so much money making Titan Steel destroyers in Wrath of the Lich King, because like nobody else bothered to learn blacksmithing on my server, at least for a while. And anyhow, I digress. But engineering, my second character was an enchanter and engineer, because I'm a crazy person, and I needed my miner to get me the materials for my engineering, but the crazy shit you could do with the engineering, like I was blowing myself up and I had all the parachutes and I'm jumping off shit. I was ridiculous and it was great.
Let's go ahead and do that. I appreciate both of you guys giving us an idea of where you stand on the position. Eric, you left it with a large question on the screen. What's the point of the billions of years? Mm-hmm. Michael, what are your thoughts on that question that you left us with?
Is this like a moderator cross-examine kind of thing? Is that what they're doing? The moderators are going to be asking questions?
I don't know. I'm very curious. Maybe this is just an interlude, but maybe that's what they're gonna do. Is you get your opening, and then we're gonna throw questions at you, like
Yeah.
you're running for office or something.
I'd
Or
prefer
maybe
just to cross-examine, to be honest with you.
right, make them ask each other questions.
Right.
I don't know. Goblin jumper cables. So for anybody who doesn't know, in World of Warcraft, one of the weird items you could make was goblin jumper cables, which was basically a defibrillator. So if a character was dead, you could try your goblin jumper cables, and there was something like a 60% chance they'd resurrect. And I played a warlock. My whole thing was sucking the souls out of the living. So the fact that I could occasionally raise people from the dead was weird, and I loved it. But it also didn't work all the time because it's goblin tech.
I think it's a good question to ask. There's other questions, other two things I want to eventually get to about sin coming into the world long after death. And you talk about was Satan a murderer from the beginning? It seems like a minor point, but I do think it's an important point I want to circle back to. But with that big question left on the screen, this kind of is a red flag for me, because this is the same argument I see atheists use. They'll use like a variation of it, though. They'll be like, what's the point of all this space? We have billions of galaxies. Why did God?
That's not an argument that we use, really. We basically go, well, is that an argument you've ever used?
Not as an argument, it's
Not
more like a
really.
question, like you asked earlier, like what's the point of all the stars?
Right.
It's like, what do you think the reason is? Because you're like they do this whole thing like our worldview can account for this. Well, you can't account for the damn stars. Why are there all the stars?
Right. But it's also because their explanations are so encapsulated with everything is for the benefit of humanity and sort of this biblical story kind of thing. That's why, because they're like, well, everything fits into this Bible. Really, we're asking, how does all of this, like, that's not the argument that we're making for there being so many stars and so much empty space. We're saying, how does the empty space fit into your Bible if you're taking it literally? So I'm not sure that Michael Jones understands the argument that atheists are making.
I don't know that Michael Jones understands what an argument is. But...
Okay, well, that's a little harsh, but I must admit, I haven't seen.
I've watched some of his videos.
I haven't really watched that much of Michael Jones. It's never really A, appealed to me, or B, I'm not as crazy as you, Amber. So yeah, haven't watched a lot of him at all.
Fair enough. And again, to his partial credit, like he doesn't do it often, but he knows how to properly research something. He has done it in the past. Like there's a paper that I referenced in one of my deep dive episodes, the live video essays that I do because I'm a crazy person. It turned out that this Michael Jones happened to be like the source on a specific thing that I was trying to look into.
Oh, interesting. Yeah.
It was wild, but yeah, he knows how to do it. He just doesn't do it on his channel.
Do it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Create so many billions of galaxies and just have tiny Earth on there. And the response I always point out is size does not determine value. If you found a giant rock that is not more valuable than your infant child, size does not determine value. And likewise, timeline.
Well, I mean, certain people have proposed that we deliberately crash Apophis into the Earth because only the poor will die, and then the rich people have access to trillions of dollars in platinum or whatever the fuck.
That's that asteroid coming in, what is it, 2028 or 2027 or something? I can't remember the year. 2032. I can't remember the year it's supposed to be coming.
It's a while ago, but it's due to come back nearby-ish.
Well,
yeah,
they
some people propose like putting it in orbit around the moon instead, so that we can harvest it from the moon base, which is why we're building a moon base, which is why we're going around the moon now.
2029. They thought it would. They thought it would hit us in April of 2029, which is hilarious because you will find if you look it up, Christian channels, you will find all of these predictions about the rapture for like 2029 when the asteroid is supposed to hit us. But then NASA is like, yeah, we've got some more data on the asteroid. It's actually going to miss us completely, absolutely no threat whatsoever. And suddenly all of those videos stop from that point onwards. At the point NASA says, hey, it's not going to hit us, all of these predictions from the creationists stop at the point where NASA announces that, which is hilarious to me.
It's almost like they're not listening to God at all.
Yeah, strange.
Yeah.
But here's the thing: we're not. So Michael's wrong here. We're not basing the valuableness of everything on the size of it, right? We're basing it upon the Christian argument that the universe is there specifically for humans, right? Because they basically tied one into another. Like the universe is there for an intelligent species, that intelligent species being humans, right? That's why it's there. The argument that atheists are making is saying, well, if it is there for humans and humans only occupy 0.01 of the Earth, or I can't remember the exact percentage, but they occupy very, very small amount of the Earth. Then why all of the empty space, right? It's not about the size being valuable. It's about the efficiency of if it is there for humans and it's humans that are valuable, then why is everything else so empty? Why is everything else so hostile to humans? And somebody in the chat pointed out, mostly it's used in response to fine tuning, and they're absolutely right. The human Tommy, yes, you're absolutely right. It's an argument that comes up with fine tuning because they're saying, well, it's been fine tuned for humans, and then you're sort of like, well, why is it that the not only the universe but also the Earth is so inefficient for humans? Like, for instance, we can't live in deep ocean. We can't live in certain sections of the Antarctic without supplies from elsewhere. There's a whole bunch of places that we can't live, and without technology, we're basically on a very small, like that percentage, that small band of the sub-Saharan, savanna that we can live comfortably in. Like, if we didn't have technology, we'd go to the Arctic and die. We would just die. So, to argue it's fine-tuned when we've got to compensate for all of these environments, especially space, the hostility of that environment is outrageous, outrageously hostile. Not only just to us, but also our DNA, just our general well-being. It's sort of that's the question. Why is it so hostile for humans if it was designed for humans? That's the argument. And it's not the size that's valuable, it's humans that are valuable.
In theory.
And it's your argument, Michael. Your argument is that the universe has been designed for humans because humans are valuable. That's the argument we're sort of addressing. So we're not making up, oh, humans are incredibly valuable. So something that occurs, like, sorry to go on a little bit, but I don't think humans have intrinsic value as such. I think we're valuable to us, and I think that any intelligent organism that is self-aware enough to go, hey, we're here on this ball of rock, that's got a value to it. But I don't think we're valuable from the perspective of the universe or from any external watcher kind of thing. You know what I mean? Like, I think that because they're sort of like, well, this exterior force God looks upon humans and finds them valuable. And I don't think the universe does that from our perspective. It just doesn't care. It's completely indifferent to humans.
Quite so. or life on Earth generally. I mean, if
Yeah.
Earth were created for the purpose of giving rise to humans, why were there 5 global extinctions before we got to humans? It doesn't make any damn sense.
But this is, again, they'll go into the argument from consequence, the one that I was mentioning earlier, which is wishful thinking, right? So they'll go into this idea of, well, if humans aren't intrinsically valuable, then I don't like it. Right? Evolution can't be true because humans aren't intrinsically valuable. Okay.
Yeah, they're not related. Like, what
They're
do you
not
mean?
related.
Yeah.
Yes.
The coffee
consequences
can't
of,
have calories because I don't like that.
correct. Because I want to drink coffee. Like that is the argument from consequence. What you feel about the entailments, the outcomes of that being true has nothing to do with whether it's true or not. And I see way too much of this. And can I just point at Trump for this? Like, he really just goes, well, this war's got to work because the Iranians are bad people and they do horrible things. It's like, one does not entail the other. One does not make the other factual.
Even if it did, like, he always points at they're doing the same things he does. Like, they're oppressing LGBT people. They're oppressing religious minorities. They're doing horrible things to the Jews. They like, he tries to list off these things to make it seem like they're bad people and therefore we're justified in doing bad things to them. But the things he lists are all things he himself does.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Does not determine value. This is just philosophically doesn't follow. God is a creator. He loves to create for the joy of it. He can create billions of years and billions of galaxies just for the joy of creating. And I would also add the fact that Paul Davies, who's not a Christian, has argued the fact that if the universe is empty, let's say we're the only planet of life, well, the universe is going to be around for trillions of years. And if Jesus is going to return, which I believe he will, and he resurrects us in immortal bodies, that we will stay in this universe.
Right, like he said he would in the 1st century. Like, this generation will be judged. I'll be back before you taste death. All of that. Yep. Keep following that failed prophet, though. I'm sure he'll be back someday, just like Daddy.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I often wonder how many failed return prophecies people have to go through before they realize that it's all just bullshit. Like, I really do. These people will still follow somebody who have made failed prophecy after failed prophecy after failed prophecy. I'm sure after this 29 asteroid, it's going to be, oh no, just wait, it'll still happen. And they've been doing it for 2,000 years.
In 5 billion years, when the sun expands and starts engulfing Mercury and then Venus, there will definitely be a preacher, assuming humans haven't made ourselves extinct, standing like on an asteroid, looking at the Earth about to be consumed and go, surely he's about to come back now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, go, let it run.
Heaven comes down onto this realm. I think the whole point of that is that the timeline has actually been quite short up to this point in terms of how long we will be here, and we have a large galaxy we'll be able to explore and fill with life at that point. But no, I don't think size or time length determines value, so I don't think that logically follows.
Awesome.
Eric, what do you say about that?
Yeah, let me show you a couple of quotes here, and I'm really glad to hear the concept presented that size doesn't determine value, because the reality is we are a tiny speck inside of this vast cosmos. David the psalmist didn't even need a telescope, and he figured out what the heavens were doing. He said the heavens are declaring the glory of God, and that is just that it could not be more clear. The heavens really are declaring the glory of God. Let me show you a couple things here.
The psalmist declares that the heavens declare the glory of God. Other cultures had different ideas, because it's not really all that clear.
Move this out of the way. Am I sharing my screen again? Did you guys share my
Yes.
screen?
Yep.
Oh, you guys are good. I didn't know you could do that. Okay, cool. Let me show you a couple things. First of all, there are multiple ways to try to add old earth ideas to the Bible. So what's up with the billions of years? This is not something, I mean, there were Greeks that kind of had this idea that the universe was eternal, and there were ideas around, but it was more of an eternal universe, not necessarily billions of years. That's kind of a new concept invented in the last couple hundred years. But there have been many ways to try to say, okay, if science has proven this billions of years, well, how do we then add that to the Bible? And there's a history of that ever since James Hutton in 1795 wrote his book, Theory of the Earth. He started popularizing this idea that the earth is old. Now, pretty much immediately,
Well, once again, because, you know, people have come in, people have gone out, etc. The default position was that the earth is unimaginably old until around the 1960s. The whole 6,000 years. Now, to be fair, the guy who did the calculation that the earth was, you know, 5,820 years old or whatever, did it, you know, maybe a couple hundred years ago. But they didn't there wasn't a movement based around it until the 1960s.
Correct, yes. But basically, they just added up all the ages in the Bible, one after another, and said, that's how old the earth is.
Right. Like, they could have just peeked at the Jewish calendar, because it's like the year 5,700 something, give or take. That's why the Jewish calendar is what it is. It's dated from the patriarchs, you know?
I'll say this very, very quickly. All of a sudden, you had atheists and creationists beating up on the people that tried to mix these two ideas together. The creationists, now this is a biologist,
Yeah,
we can do the same with
okay. There's no such, like, he's really, you know, theistic evolution and atheistic evolution. There's basically no difference between them. Okay, they're both just evolution. Okay, that's all they are. Because evolution, you know, he wants it to expand everything from the beginning of the universe till today, basically. He wants it to be everything. It's not. It's just, like, it doesn't even say, like, evolution has nothing to say on the origin of life, right? That's biogenesis or creationism or whatever. Like, it doesn't, like, the theistic part, it, like, does not change what evolution is. Like, if you accept theistic evolution, you believe exactly the same thing from the advent of life to now. All of human history is just evolution. It's exactly the same. So this is stupid. Because if I, as an atheist, and I accept the theory of evolution, and I meet IP, who's a theist and accepts the theory of evolution, I'm not beating up on him with evolution, right? Like, he will just believe exactly the same things I will for evolution. This is what the Hovins do. Right, it's not under contention. It's just the scientists, biologists, virologists, you know, paleontologists, archaeologists, everybody working on that thing, geologists. Yeah, that's just evolution. That's sort of what we accept. The origin of life may be different. The you know, a theistic evolution may say, hey, you know, the origin of life is God. And I may say, hey, I think it's much more likely to be abiogenesis. There's contention there, but that's not evolution. And this is Hovind trying to poison the well. Okay, what that means when you poison the well, you're basically trying to undermine your opponent's arguments by casting doubt on their credibility, right? Like, you're basically trying to say, hey, Eric Hovind comes from a family that ripped off the government and didn't pay their taxes and all of that kind. He's trying to lump Michael in with atheistic evolution and say, hey, we're actually the good guys. That's what he's trying to do.
Which is wild, because, like, what stood out to me about this is that Batman and Robin are a team. They work together, and he's got creation and evolution, as Batman and Robin, a team that work together. And yet he's saying that the people who do exactly that thing, try to put creation and evolution together, are getting beat up by Batman and Robin.
Yeah. And plus, like, is he now saying that atheists and evolution is a superhero? Like, because they're the heroes of the story, right? I don't think he's thought this metaphor through, but it's also really,
No
really
plan.
dumb. It's really dumb.
And it's self-contradictory, which actually may be the point. As we've often said, all of these scams, just like the Nigerian princes always include typos in their letters, it's a filter, because only the gullible people will make it through, and that's who they want. They only want to snare the gullible people. The people who are like, no, this is ridiculous, they're not the target. They won't send their money for DVD number 5.
That the government does not want you to see.
Intentional. Who's to say?
Philosophy here. The atheist says, you guys don't understand. You're missing the whole point. We don't need God. That's the whole point of evolution. And the creationist is saying,
well, no.
No.
The point of evolution is to understand why there are diverse species and where they came from and how things work. The fact that God is not required for that model to function is just sort of a detail about the model, you know?
Well, when we looked for the causes of why there is variation among species and how those species have changed over time, we didn't find a God. There was no God required. All it takes is a change in a little frequency over time, a handing down of inheritable characteristics from one generation to another. That's all that was required. It's not our fault that we didn't find the God.
I know. Like, why is he hiding? Why isn't he just right there, front and center?
I don't know.
Pesky, fraidy cat gods. Although, in fairness, in due fairness to Yahweh and Jesus, the last time he showed his face, we fucking killed him. So he's rightly scared. He knows the humans can kill him now. And so he hasn't been back since.
saying, guys, evolution isn't true. We don't need to accept evolution. And so they find themselves really in no man's land. And the atheists admit this. I mean, I've had conversations. Andy Stanley is now, I don't want to show you the video that he did, but Andy Stanley's now come out and say he's in favor of evolution. He's getting beat up on both sides. I don't have time to show you that. I've had conversations with atheist Paul Inns.
Why does he keep saying I don't have time to show you that? Like, you're in an aside the host's allowed, my guy.
He's like doing a second introduction. This is really strange. Really strange.
I don't know.
Claims to be a former Christian. What is this? This is Paulogia. He's famously a former Christian. Claims to be a former Christian. And didn't he come from a very fundamentalist background, if I'm not mistaken? I don't want to misrepresent
He
him.
grew up creationist Mennonite.
So, okay. So, I think that Eric Hovind is doing the presup thing, and you'll notice that presuppositionalists, people that presuppose the existence of God as a given and then work backwards to try and fit everything to that. Anybody that is not their flavor of Christian or has deconverted was never Christian to begin with. They kind of retroactively apply Christianity to people. So if they deconvert, they were never a real Christian to begin with, because real Christians don't deconvert. It's a very weird way to look at it. You know, we're not going, hey, if you convert to Christianity, then you were never an atheist in the first place. That's not how that works, my guy. No. What are you talking about?
It's so wild. But also, like, this is like the famous thing, how Eric Hovind ended up on the Paulogia channel. Like, they collaborated, and now Eric is holding it up being like, oh, he claims to be a Christian, just like William Lane Craig was like, oh, well,
right.
Paul was indoctrinated, he wasn't taught real Christian beliefs. Really?
Wow.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. It's a whole thing. A couple of days ago, Paul released a supercut of one of his engagement matches with William Lane Craig. And like Craig goes out of his way to like disparage Paul as a layperson, and yet Paul, like very, very calmly, without even calling attention to it, just dismantles Craig on claim after claim after claim. Like, it's not that Paul's a layman and therefore doesn't know. It's that Craig has a PhD and should know better, you
Yeah,
know?
he should know better.
But
yeah.
and of course, I digress. Tangents upon tangents. The point is, like, they both were super excited about this conversation with an atheist thing that happened at one of Eric's trainings. And now Eric is like, oh, he claims to be an atheist. Fucking dick.
Well, no, he's saying he claims he used to be a Christian when
yes,
he wasn't really a Christian. You know, like he wasn't really a Christian.
Mm-hmm.
On YouTube, Apologia would agree this middle ground position makes no sense whatsoever. David Hull said the problem that biological evolution poses for natural theologians is the sort of God that a Darwin version of evolution implies. The evolutionary process is rife with happenstance, contingency, incredible waste, death, pain, and horror.
Right.
Yes.
Which is how we know it wasn't intelligently designed. It's not an intelligent design.
No, that's not true. Like, that does not necessarily lead to the conclusion if it wasn't intelligently designed. It leads to the conclusion that it wasn't intelligently designed by an omnibenevolent God. Right? Like,
Okay,
because
fair.
it could be an evil God and be perfectly fine, or an ambivalent God, a God that just doesn't care, right, and still be intelligently designed. It's the problem of evil that he's pointing to. But again, this is an appeal to consequence. If you're going, well, I don't like the consequence or the entailments of evolution being fraught with pain and death and horrible stuff happening because it just is, therefore it can't be true. That isn't an argument. That's basically saying, hey, you don't like natural the entailments, the consequences of this being true. It's not an argument. That's like saying, well, I don't like the consequence of childbirth, that it's full of pain and really bad on a woman's body. Therefore, I can't get pregnant having sex. No, absolutely not. That is not a thing. The consequences of something being true have nothing to do with whether it's true or not. Right? Like, no. If you observe those consequences, then it is true. Like, this is what we see. If you've ever watched a nature documentary, it always contains animals going through horrible things. Or, almost always. Because that is what life in nature is like.
Yeah, I think the thing he's gesturing at, that whatever the God implied by evolutionary theory and the data of natural history may be like, he's not the God of the Bible, the Protestant God of waste not, want not. I beg to differ. It very much does sound like the God of the Bible, who wantonly destroys and goes into jealous rages and so forth. But the God they want to pretend they believe in.
Yeah.
True. It's not that God, which is a pretty good indicator that God isn't the God in charge of reality, if there even is one.
And I feel like he's sort of taking shots at the rest of Christianity there, the Protestant God. I mean, what about the Catholic God? Is that a different God? I thought it was the same God. It's just very weird. It's just a very weird statement.
Mm-hmm.
But sort of from the evolutionary standpoint, from, say, an atheist standpoint, it's not that the God is doing evil. because there is no God. It's just the universe doesn't care about us. And you will have Christians go, oh, but that's horrible that you know, it just doesn't care, and it, you know, the universe is indifferent to our suffering. And I would disagree. I would posit it is because the universe is indifferent to our suffering that we have to care for one another, right? We have to take care of one another, that it promotes cooperation, because there is no, you know, eternal being watching over us and saving us from the indifference of the universe or even ourselves. That's why we have to care for each other. You know, we can't just go, oh, well, they're doing badly. Well, God will take care of them. We can't just, you know, turn away and expect a omnipotent, omnibenevolent God to sort everything out. We've got to do something because nobody else will. And that, I think, is a strength of atheism, not a disadvantage.
Yeah, we get shit done, while not all theists. I mean, there are theists who are like, we are the hands of God. If we want to do something, we have to do it. But then there are the theists like Eric and like IP who are like, we just need to sit here and pray, and if we pray hard enough, then we'll be saved.
Right.
And we're over here like, you know, building barriers to keep the ocean from flooding us or whatever, you know, like do something.
But thoughts and prayers, Ember. Thoughts and prayers.
I have a thing in here somewhere.
Man, I've got a funny feeling. If a prime minister in my country ever said we're sending them thoughts and prayers, they would probably get lynched, to be honest with you. I like, if I hear that, if I hear about another tragedy and somebody in power who could do something about it, who could actually put some action to help people, go, well, we're sending them thoughts and prayers, I think I will actually vomit blood. I think that will actually happen. I am so sick of religious people sending thoughts and prayers. And I'm not talking about ordinary people. I'm not talking about your average, you know, Christian out there saying that, but somebody with the power to do something, you know, who is actually in office and could do something, going, well, we're sending them our thoughts and prayers, you know, but we're not actually going to do anything. I'm so sick of that. But I want to be clear, I'm not directing that towards, you know, I mean, most of us have no power to change stuff. Like, I don't have the power to change anything that's happening, you know, so I understand if they want to say, well, thoughts and prayers, okay, they're feeling like they're doing something, that they're giving their condolences, their best wishes, totally get it. But when somebody with the power to do something does that, it's just freaking annoying. It really is annoying.
It's letting themselves off the hook.
Yeah, absolutely. You're right.
It really pissed me off. It was really in vogue, 10 or so years ago here in the US, like every single problem got thoughts and prayers. And there was an issue, especially in New York City, where homelessness was spiking again. And people were constantly all over their social medias going, oh, thoughts and prayers for the homeless folks in New York City. The winter's coming, yada, yada. Like thoughts and prayers, thoughts and prayers, thoughts and prayers. And as some of you know, because I talk about this from time to time, I was a truck driver who went through New York City at that time. And I made it a point that whenever I could, I would find homeless, because I was homeless for 8 years. And so I'd find a homeless person and find out what they needed most in the moment. Sometimes it was a phone call. Sometimes it was a hot meal. And in one fellow's case, it was a blanket. So I went back to my truck and got the blanket off my bunk and handed it to him. And I was so pissed off because, you know, 10,000 people thoughts and prayers at him, and one atheist handed him a fucking blanket.
Yeah.
Still makes me angry. Anyhow.
Well,
whatever
I mean,
the God implied by evolution theory.
I don't know. It's just a total tangent. I'm sorry. Like I once, like I've seen a stream where some guy goes around handing out blankets and handing out stuff on video, and he's obviously doing it for the likes and the clicks and stuff like that. I totally get it. I'm really conflicted over it. because on one hand, he kind of is exploiting their misfortune. On the other, they don't give a shit why he's doing it. Right? If he's giving them meals, giving them blankets, giving them shoes is a big one, right? A good pair of shoes that they can walk in because they're homeless. They've probably got to walk a lot. They don't care. And so, you know, I'm really mixed feelings about it. And, you know, he's obviously doing it in part. I'm not going to say that's the only reason, but definitely in part because that's how he runs his channel and content. On the other hand, do we really give a shit why they're doing it if they're getting what they need to survive? Not really. I mean, they obviously don't give a shit because they just need to survive. So I've got mixed feelings. I really do. And I'm not saying I have a position one way or the other. I just bring it up as something that I went, no, that's wrong and fantastic at the same time.
Yeah, it's exploitative in the same way so many, you know, soup kitchens and even shelters are like, oh, well, you have to come to our prayer services if you want the benefit of the thing.
Right.
You need the thing. That's the higher priority issue, but it's still exploitation. So it's like, I don't know. Again, I was homeless for 8 years. If somebody came up to me and was like, I will hand you blanket if I can take an Instagram photo, I'll be like, give me the fucking blanket. If that's the price, that's a fair trade for me. You know? Fucking hell.
Yeah.
And the data of natural history may be like, he is not the Protestant God of waste not, want not. He is also not a loving God who cares about his productions. He's not even the awful God portrayed in the book of Job. The God of the Galapagos is a careless.
He's admitting that the God in Job is awful, but also, yes, not the God you wanted. Correct.
Yeah.
Wasteful, indifferent, almost diabolical. He is certainly not the sort of God to whom anyone would be inclined to pray. Brand new video just came out 10 days ago, 11 days ago now, on atheists talking about theistic evolution. What do you think about these people that believe in God and in evolution? They called it atheism's best argument, the problem of animal suffering. I hope
that sounds like a cognitive skeptic video.
Yes, that does. Definitely Alex O'Connor. He's been really harping on about this one. I don't think it's the best argument. I think it's just the problem of evil in general is the best argument. I don't think animal suffering is the best argument about, like, I honestly don't think so. I think it's just evil in general. I think that natural evils, sort of like fires, floods, tornadoes, volcanic eruptions, that's probably where I'd point to be the most, like, the strongest argument. Just because, you know, you can't argue that it's human free will. You can't argue it just seems to be, and presumably God orchestrated all of this stuff, and it causes incredible suffering, insane levels of suffering to humans directly. For what?
Yeah. Much like the flood of Noah in the Bible itself. Like, he killed all the damn babies. Oh, they're all wicked all the time. The babies?
Oh, yeah.
Really?
Irredeemable babies. Yeah, I wasn't aware there was such a thing, but apparently there are. Yeah. Didn't you know it was a great blessing?
It's true.
That's like, William Lane Craig, by the way.
Craig confronted with this one. People saying stuff like, so Jesus couldn't have redeemed those babies? It was beyond Jesus's power. Like, you're in a double bind here, Craig. You're saying that either God doesn't have the power to fix it, or like, what's the alternative?
Right.
Either God can't fix it or God can't fix it. Pick one. Fuck.
You can hear it. I'll lean forward so you get the mic in this, but check this out.
Okay, and then after that, I'd like to respond.
An asteroid impacted the Earth with the force of around 1 billion Hiroshima bombs. Some animals are vaporized instantly, but others die from fire raining down from the sky, tsunamis, and the slow death of food sources drying up. This is only one, and not even the worst, of several mass extinction events in Earth's history.
I can't even hear this.
No, Eric is doing that thing where he's playing the sound through his computer speakers instead of with the share file.
Why?
Because he's a professional. Because he doesn't have Steve working for him.
Wow, that's some shade throwing. Okay, so here's the thing. Like, if they share the screen, you can just say, "Can you make sure you share audio because it's got audio in it?" That's all you got to do, my guy. That's all you got to do, and then play the video in your presentation.
Yeah, but no, it's playing through the computer speakers, and Eric's mic is picking it up, which is amazing. But whatever, it's probably for the best, because a video being played in another video in a video we're reviewing, it gets complicated.
It really does.
It's not super helpful though, because like Mark said, it's not our best argument. It's not even really an argument. It's pointing at a problem with the creationist claims. Like,
yeah,
our arguments are much better than that. Like, what fine-tuning, for example,
Right.
Morality. Oh, goodness. I just had a fun talk on Skeptic Haven the other day. AJ from Waste to Human was doing her show Critical Call, which is on Thursdays.
Cool.
And they were talking about how morality isn't from God. And I was trying to, help spur people to call in, because they'd been going for like 45 minutes and nobody had called in. And I'm like, these chickens, they need some inspiration. So I called in with one of my batshit crazy ideas, that morality is fruit-based, because morality comes from the fruit of the tree of knowledge and good and evil. A fruit and the knowledge contained therein specifically and explicitly prohibited for humans by God. So morality, at least for the Christians, cannot come from God. He forbid humans to have it. In fact, we get it from the natural world. It came from the fruit. And so I just took that and I ran with it for like 20 minutes. Fruit-based morality.
Why do you do this to your friends? Why do you do this to? I mean, when you said fruit-based morality, I'm thinking, yeah, no, putting pineapple on pizza is definitely immoral. Of all of the, it's just horrendous. I've probably alienated half the audience, but I stand by my declaration. Okay, it's immoral. That's what I was thinking, not like the origin of morality is literal fruit. I don't know what I was thinking. Why do you do this to your friends? Why, Ember? Why?
It seemed fun at the time.
Yeah, no, I'm sure it would be hilarious. It's just that is kind of stuff that breaks brains, and it's not right. Poor AJ. Poor AJ. How do you argue it? You know what? It really reminds me of some of those like flat Earth arguments where your brain, like, it almost shuts down with the stupidity of the argument. Like, it really does. Like, wow. Like, it reminds me of Eric Hovind's father's, some of his ideas, like the Luna Bukaki one, right?
Mm-hmm.
The idea that the craters on the moon were made by the fountains of the deep opening and shooting rocks into the moon. And your brain just goes, what? Yes, you have flummoxed me. Because pineapple pizza rocks? How dare you, blasphemer? Can we please get a mod to ban this? No, I'm joking. Please don't. Please don't. Look, everybody, like, tastes are subjective.
I've never had
it's all
pineapple
good.
on pizza.
I'm joking.
Because
look, my wife has pineapple on pizza.
I used to hate
and I
pineapple.
still love her. Oh.
And
yeah, I don't mind pineapple. I just don't like it on pizza. I don't like the really sweet stuff on pizza. I like savory pizza.
It's so good. I haven't had it on pizza
Yeah, I
yet.
don't. Pineapple's good, just I don't have it on pizza. But I don't have like mango on pizza either, or apple on pizza.
That would just
right.
be weird.
I don't have citric fruits on pizza. I'm sorry, I just don't. I don't like. Look, my wife loves pineapple on pizza, and I adore her. But she's weird. Okay, I love her weirdness, but that's just objectively weird. I'm sorry. What's the weirdest pizza you've ever had, Ember? I'm trying to think of the weirdest pizza I've ever had.
I think I broke all potential for weird when I worked at Domino's in college, because I've had literally every pizza you can think of a pizza shop making. I've tried every
Okay.
combination. Personally, I love weird shit pizzas, like just a
Okay.
bunch of random assorted toppings.
Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe Sunday roast. It was like roast lamb, potato, sweet potato, I think, or pumpkin or something, and rosemary on pizza. It was actually really good. Actually, I've had camembert and raspberry pizza. Raspberry jam, I think. Pizza is a pie because it has a fruit filling.
It's true
Look,
too.
No, that's a topping. Pizzas have toppings, not fillings. Sapphire,
Well,
I
the
will
sauce.
fight
The
you.
sauce is made from tomatoes, which is a fruit.
So it's still a topping. It's a topping. It's a topping. It's got no. It doesn't have like
It's
unless
the
you're
filling.
making.
It goes under the cheese.
No, it's a topping. No, the
It's a
pastry
very
has
thin
to go
crust.
over the top for it to be a filling because it fills it, right? Like it's filled. I don't know what weird ass pizzas you're making over there where like it's covered by pastry. I will fight all of you. Like it's not a
Have you ever
filling
seen a
if
Chicago deep dish? Holy shit, that is a pie.
okay, that's not even a pizza. I don't know. I've never had a Chicago deep dish. Okay, so the history of Australia is really weird, and we've got a lot of people from around the world. Not so much from Chicago. I will be talking to
Detroit.
I've got an interview coming up tomorrow, Kelly, who's from Detroit. So I will be brought up to speed on more Americana tomorrow, which will be great. Fantastic. I'm really looking forward to it. But we never got deep dish over here. A lot of the immigrants were from Italy and places around Europe. So it's more the sort of European flat pizza kind of thing. I know the deep dish you're talking about. I've seen pictures of it. It looks like a circular bowl of cheese with tomatoes somewhere involved. It really does look. I mean, it looks very full on. It looks, yeah, exactly. It looks like a bowl of cheese.
Yeah.
It's wild, right?
This is a smaller one.
Right. The ones that I've seen are like, yeah, you could probably go swimming in that thing. It looks like those inflatable pools that you get. It looks like a inflatable pool made of dough and cheese, basically.
Ooh, what about there's plenty of room for stuffed crust in those. I'm just gonna put all the cheese in the damn thing.
Yeah. Yep.
Oh, I'm so hungry.
Me too now. Why did we start talking about this? I don't know. I don't know.
It's probably pineapples should fall through. I don't know. I just work here.
What is Hell's Pizza? Is that like Hell's Kitchen?
Hell's Pizza.
I don't know.
I don't know.
Apparently, it's a New Zealand-based pizza chain. Apparently. Menu themes. Pizzas are named after the 7 deadly sins. Okay, so there's greed. Gluttony is probably a deep dish. I would say that would be my guess. No, our pizza's more like it's not exactly the same, but it's more like New York slice kind of thing. That's what our pizza's like. Is it still around? I'm not sure. Let's have a look. Yes, there is one on the other side of the country from me, apparently. So yeah, it exists. Hell pizza. Okay. Apparently it's still a thing.
Oh, vast
It's
and
oh, it's up
things.
in Queensland. Yeah, no one wants to go to Queensland. Come on now. Be serious.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair.
Well,
Jen
it's,
says
okay, so
it's all Claire's fault because she can't stop talking about food, especially good food. But actually, I brought the topic up.
yeah, no, I'm gonna blame Ember for this one. I'm definitely gonna blame Ember for this one. Sorry.
That's probably fair.
I mean, everything else is usually my fault, but this one.
I don't know. I'm pondering. I never worked at a Pizza Hut. So Johnny says Pizza Hut and Little Caesars pan pizzas are imitation Detroit style because they're baked in oil for a
Okay.
crispy crust. So I never worked at a Pizza Hut, but I did work at a Little Caesars back in high
I
school.
worked at Pizza Hut. That
Oh,
was
so
my first
between
job.
us, we have like all the pizza places covered.
Hey, do you remember
But, like,
the smell of the hand smell? Like even if you had gloves on, you would still smell. Your hands would smell. It just there's no way around it. It was
oh yeah,
insane.
the powder and the oil together, it just always it was on your clothes. So after work,
Mhm.
we would always go over to one of the managers' houses because there were like 3 managers that could be closing, and like we'd play poker like all night long, and I'd make more from taking the other workers' tips and shit a quarter at a time than I got from tips and shit.
Okay, so
I'm not
number
even that
one,
good at poker.
number one, I've never been to a manager's house ever in my life. Number two, well, actually, no, that's true. Number two, I was 17 when I worked there, so I did not go gambling at 17. Number three, we don't get tips, so yeah.
Oh, we don't pay our people. So the way they did it at Little
I'm
Caesars
very
when I
aware.
worked there, because I worked there while they still did delivery, which I guess they
You're
do
a
again
driver.
now, but whatever.
Oh,
So
you were a
because
driver?
no, it was before I got my
Oh.
license. I
Oh, okay, gotcha.
I did the kitchen stuff and I washed the dishes because nobody else wanted to, but it was super easy. I didn't really, whatever. Not important. The point is, because most of the staff didn't get tips from deliveries, at least at our store, the plan was the drivers like all dumped their tips into a bin and then we split it amongst all the workers.
Okay.
We
Gotcha.
seize the means of production, that sort of thing.
Yeah. No, I totally get it. Like that means so if
Yeah.
somebody has a bad night and doesn't get any tips or whatever, they can. I think that is a response to the unfairness of the system, kind of thing, which I agree with. Like because and it sort of leads into that sociological thing. Like you cover me this week, and if I have a bad, it's reciprocity. If I have a bad week, you cover me. If you have a bad week, I cover you. It's the way that humans generally operate, kind of thing, which is wonderful. I'm a great believer in that. I was a kitchen hand, so I did not wash dishes. I did not I didn't even really put pizzas in the oven, to be honest with you. That was done down the line, kind of thing. All I did was toppings. And
Okay.
like it was really like I worked there for a few years, and after like 1 year of just doing toppings, and that's all I did, right? Like I didn't do anything else. You started off with measuring cups to measure stuff out, and after a little bit, you didn't even need the measuring cups. Like I could just grab, knowing exactly how much I needed, and literally throw it on the pizza. Like you wouldn't even be like sprinkling it anymore. You'd just grab it and go poof, and it would just and I could just lay out. It was
Pizza
actually
magic.
yeah. Ours was very like it was almost a production line kind of thing. You had like people on the phone, people doing toppings, people doing back and forth, taking things, bringing out more things if they're needed, kind of thing. and putting things into the oven, grabbing when the toppings in the line got low, grabbing more of those kind of things, and then the drivers, of course, and things like that. So it was man, it was a production line. It really was. But it was the only pizza store in like miles and miles. And we would get the grand final of the Australian rules football. It's basically like the Super Bowl. It's our equivalent of the Super Bowl. And it was the craziest stuff I have ever seen in my entire life. Like just orders backed up to like almost out the door. It was insanity. It was insanity.
Hell yeah. I think I've seen the pizza magic with what Johnny calls calibrated hands a few times when we'd get backed up. Now, I small town kind of thing, but every so often something big happened, like a race at the racetrack across the way or something like that. And we'd get a bunch of orders. And when we did have a few people who were specialized, like one person who'd be on phones and one person who'd do toppings and so forth. But most everybody was cross-trained everywhere. Like sometimes, even though I was a driver at Domino's, I'd have to take calls, whatever. The big manager dude would hang out in his office until we got backed up. And then he'd come out and he'd take over the dough station, which is we'd hand toss all of our doughs except the thin crust, because that's just a burrito shell. But
right
come over, and everybody else would have to take a dough and like press it and then do the flippy floppy thing for a while until it was the right shape, and then put it on the tray or the pan. He'd come out and he'd grab a dough and he'd go whap whap, and it's done. It's in the right shape.
Right.
Like just 2 hits. We're like, how the fuck?
Humans are amazing. Humans are amazing. Let's face it. Yeah.
Yeah, he could literally throw pizzas so fast. I mean, he could do the other stations very quickly too, because he'd been doing it for fucking decades, which is why he was the head manager. Like with the sauce, everybody else had to take a scoop of sauce and then put it right in the center and then carefully spread it around to get it out to the edge. Not this dude. He'd take the ladle and he'd go bloop, and it just spread itself right to the edges.
Yeah.
Same thing, just pizza magic. Like the pizza almost made itself. Anyway, I digress a lot, and I'm getting very hungry. We could probably get a little bit further, but I'm not sure how much
I'm good to go. I'm good to go a little bit further. I know that you're tired. I'm a bit tired because I did my Hovind stream yesterday as well, which sort of tuckered me out a bit. But yeah, we can go a bit longer. I'm happy to go.
Bigfoot. I miss the Bigfoot. That was my favorite fucking pizza for a while. When they had that was so 90s. Anyway.
Cause or even allow such calamities? Why is there so much suffering in nature with predation and disease? This is the problem of animal suffering.
And this is a big problem. Joe Schmidt, a PhD university candidate, has admitted that this is a big problem.
We expect him to behave in morally praiseworthy ways, and in ways that resemble his goodness. But very plausibly, a creation whose very engine is suffering and death and predation and parasitism and animals ripping each other to shreds, that just doesn't seem like what we expect under theism.
Well, it's not man ripping each other to shreds. It's just life predating other life. That's essentially what it is. And that's due to energy consumption and our need for sustenance in order to produce energy. But it's not like this is a evil thing, as it's an intentional thing put upon us by a god. It's just how the natural world works. And it doesn't mean that humans should attack one another and predate one another and somehow get over on one another, because that's a really limited understanding of evolution. Because it is always the case, and nothing has changed, that it is like other humans are not your enemy. The environment and things like disease are your enemy. Right, like that's the thing that we're trying to overcome. So this whole idea of, well, if evolution is true, then we should all fight against one another and do anything to get ahead is it really misunderstands what evolution says. Because cooperation is insanely important in evolutionary process. Cooperation is one of the best survival strategies ever, right? Like, so if you're talking about even insects with bees and wasps and things like that, to hominids, chimpanzees, marsupials, cooperation is an excellent survival strategy. And it happens to be the ones that humans do really well.
Yeah. And in fact, you could argue that any species that uses sexual reproduction has to get friendly with some kind of cooperation.
Oh,
just to
sure,
exchange
yeah.
genetic material.
Yeah, but I mean, there's sort of solitary species which will meet up with, you know, they will use calls. Birds, for instance, will use calls to find each other in order to reproduce, as opposed to social animals, which will not only reproduce using, you know, find each other for reproduction, they'll also use it for defense, hunting strategies, all kinds of other things, right? Like, you know, finding burrows, digging burrows, they will cooperate, building dams in the case of beavers. Then you have, you know, sort of ultra social species like humans who seem to go a bit weird if they don't have other humans around. Like their biology necessitates interaction with other humans, even if it's not for reproduction, even if it is just to sort of engage with them in a social way. They seem to require it in a way that some other species don't. But there's other species like this, like meerkats, for instance. Their behavior is weird if they don't have other meerkats around. It's not just apes that are ultra social species. So yeah, it's just, you know, one of our greatest survival mechanism is sociability.
Yeah, we don't do things very well on our own. I mean, sometimes we can, but like, we're better. We're more powerful together. Our power is exponential.
Together strong.
Yes.
Another guy, Kenneth Wilford, same thing. I won't play his video. Another guy, Alex O'Connor, same thing. Guys, theistic evolution doesn't stand a chance.
All right, let's pause these videos real quick. I do appreciate your presentation, but I want to give Michael a chance to respond to those points.
Let me
like, those are all really strong arguments against theism, not so much against evolution, unless you use argument of consequence or appeal to consequence.
Yeah.
Okay. This to me. Well, go ahead. I'll let Michael respond.
We could circle back. We could circle back, but we're kind of bouncing on topic here.
I love what I just want to say. I love what the moderators are doing here. He's obviously, you know, he's doing his dad's gish gallop, or as I call it, the Hovind hustle. Right?
Yeah.
He will go through topic after topic after topic. So, hey, this can be the Hovind hustle because he's doing it as well. Right. So there's a couple of strategies to deal with this. One of them, of course, is saying, hey, this is too many topics. And sort of like, can we address those little topics? And it's good that the moderators picked this up and went, yeah, we've got to give them a chance to respond to these topics. I like their moderation. And the way that I deal with it is make copious amount of notes and point out, hey, you went through these topics. I have to go through these topics. So it's taking notes with all of these topics that he's brought up, framing, right? So framing's important, saying this is what I'm going to do in the future, so we can't just cut you off, and then going through all of them, because it's very difficult to remember everything that Hovind here has talked about in his Hovind hustle when you're not noting it down. It's almost impossible. That's what it's designed to do. It's designed so you can't address everything, and then he can point out at the end of the debate, he didn't address this and he didn't address that. That is what the Gish Gallop was designed for. That's why Dwayne Gish did it. But the funny thing is if you can note things down, if you can make good notes, you then say, I have to address all of that. That's the framing of what you're going into, and then do it. It'll then be Eric Hovind going, oh, I can't remember all the topics. And I've had this leveraged against me by his father, because I haven't debated Eric, I've debated his dad, right? And he said, oh, you're talking about too many topics. And I'm like, you brought them up.
Uh-huh.
This is all points you made. So if you don't want to talk about all these points, don't bring up so many topics. So then, what happens is he looks like an idiot because he's brought up, 6, 7 topics. I've addressed them, and then he can't remember, the first one, which isn't my problem.
Mm-hmm.
But I love that the moderators have recognized that he is just going on and on and on and on and basically doing a second introduction.
Yeah, it's like, my guy, this isn't preaching hour.
Right.
Which may be a mistake for a channel called Bible Dingers inviting 2 preacher guys on, but details.
Part of the conversation right now. So, Michael.
So first off, we have some historical inaccuracies here. James Hutton was an eternalist. He wasn't arguing for millions of years. If you read Nicholas Rupke's chapter in the book Science and Religion, he notes historical geology countered the internalism of Enlightenment deism, and in particular the theory of an eternal present.
It's great that IP recognizes some of these people. Fantastic, but he's fighting the wrong shadows. He's shadow boxing. He's going to You're wrong about that. He's not an evolutionist, though. The point he's making, though, fits Eric's narrative.
Yes, you need to address the argument, not the. I mean, he could sort of say, "Hey, you're doing an argument for from authority," like he's basically appealing to these people as authorities on the subject. But he's got a lot better arguments than what he's currently doing, which is basically saying, "Hey, you're appealing to bad authority. These people aren't indicative of Christianity's chain of belief or atheism's chain of belief." That's not the point.
Right. Like pointing out Alex O'Connor is an atheist. Therefore, his opinion has no bearing on theistic evolution.
Right.
Not the point.
Expressed in the famous maxim of the Scottish naturalist James Hutton, we find no vestige of a beginning. So, and actually he points out in this chapter, it was Christians that were using historical geology to counter atheism and internal deist ideas to go back to Aristotle. And Rupke actually notes the irony of this is that some of the arguments that the early people like James Hutton were using and other eternalists, atheists of the time, those arguments have actually been recycled by young earth creationists today, and they're now using them against historical geology. But originally it was the other way around. You go back several years, and Nicholas Rupke documents all of this. Now, he says evolution says we don't need God. I don't think that follows at all. We still have contingency arguments. I mean, someone better tell, people like Richard Swinburne has written several books arguing that
because you have arguments doesn't mean observable science is false.
Yeah,
arguments do not trump evidence. And
No, I
also,
get that.
bad arguments are even worse. Contingency
Well,
arguments
yeah,
are shit,
yeah.
in my humble opinion.
Which one's the contingency argument again?
It could refer to a couple different things, but most often there are contingent things in the universe, therefore there must be a necessary something to be the root of all.
Oh, yeah, prime mover. Gotcha. Yeah.
Basically, yeah.
It came from the prime mover, Aristotle's prime mover. Yeah. I gotcha. Contingencies.
Yeah. And since there must be a necessary something,
yeah,
that's what we call God. Mic drop. It's just labeling a thing you have conjured yourself as God.
Yes. So it's basically, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The very existence of the universe and fine-tuning and morality necessitates God itself. Now, with regards to animal suffering, I'd like to share my screen briefly here. Just so I'm not going to show more slides. I have something else I want to show here because I actually did a whole video on animal suffering, and you can see it right there. It's the top one: the problem of animals, problem of suffering, a Christian response. And then there I talk about animal suffering, and I use a paper by Josh Rasmussen, and we basically argue that actually the very existence of evolution actually helps to counter this whole idea. Because you have to deal with the whole issue of everything was just created instantaneously by God. God created everything with certain natures. Therefore, he programmed certain animals to destroy and eat and do all these types of things, and he programmed humans with a natural inclination to eventually sin. It makes far more sense that if God creates a universe with randomness and allows creatures to come about it naturally, he then can intervene, sanctify these creatures, and bring them to a better place. And I would argue this is actually what we see in Genesis 1:28 as well, which we can get to. But no, here's the thing about animal suffering. It's not a problem so much because young earth creationists need to explain, why would God curse animals because of what humans did? Why are animals...
I would dare say all Christians need to explain that, but it is worse for young earthers.
Well, he sort of appealed to the idea that God created all of these animals, you know, because he pointed out that God, you know, he created the system that caused animal suffering kind of thing. He's basically kicking the can down the road. He's basically saying, well, he didn't just create animals to suffer. He created the systems that led to them suffering. It's like, what's the fucking difference?
It's a distinction without a difference, if there even is a distinction, really.
And he sort of says, oh, to be sanctified later. And it's like, wait a second. The Bible doesn't mention animals being sanctified or saved or in any way. It basically describes animals as the dominion of man to be sacrificed as burnt offerings to the god. Like, it doesn't say, hey, we're going to get your dog to heaven kind of thing. This is one of the things that's sort of a gray area in Christianity. Do animals have souls, and can, you know, are animals going to be saved or sanctified or relieved of their sins kind of thing? I will admit that there is one good point, and that's like, why should animals be punished for what humans did? Like, why should they inherit the curse of death and all of this kind of stuff from what humans did? And it goes against our idea of fairness. But I will say the God of the Old Testament isn't really interested in fairness. It's not something that generally comes to mind. You know, why should all the women and you know, babies in Sodom be killed because the men in Sodom did something bad to the angels or wanted to do something bad to the angels? And it's like, so what? It's just women and children. So
yeah, people clearly not that important. Like to think that God cares about animals at all is wild. But he doesn't care about people, but people are his special thingies.
Yeah,
you know.
Now having to suffer and go through all these horrible things because of what we did. That'd be a very cruel God for him to inflict punishment upon the animals just for human interactions. And then we need to, in the problem of animal suffering is still going to be a problem for young earth creations because it exists now and today. It doesn't really wave it away just by getting rid of evolution.
So wait, Jesus didn't fix the problem of sin? What?
Uh-oh. Heretic!
Oopsie.
I say we burn him.
Yeah, I think that statement drastically underestimates sin. You have completely negated what sin means to a holy and a righteous God. And you've brought the level of God.
Tell us what sin means, Eric.
I feel like this is
ever
preaching.
So eager to know.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was just saying, I've been asking that question for years. Like,
what is sin?
I know what sin meant before apologists got their hands on it, but I want to know, like, nobody seems to get what sin means today. Every apologist, if they can even offer a definition, has a unique definition. So what does Eric mean by sin?
Well, as far as I can understand it, sin's a violation of God's pronouncements, commandments, or God's moral system in some way. You know, it's a violation of God's will. So I you know, people say, oh, have you sinned? And it's like, it's not an applicable question if you don't believe in the God. Like, it's just not something that I think exists. But the closest I can get, it's some kind of violation of morality. Which the answer would be yes, I have violated my own morality. I think everybody has at some point, right? It's just, you know, it's just a nonsensical question. But you're right. Like, they don't seem to have an idea of what sin is, what religion is, and what God is. Like, because you'll find it so difficult to pin down what God is. And they're like, well, God is truth. And it's like, what does that even mean? God is love. Really?
Love exists, therefore God exists. But
it's weird.
Oh goodness. Yeah, it's early attempts at something like the transcendental argument. The thing exists, we'll call the thing. I mean, this goes all the way back to Augustine's time and Platonius, you know, the idea that there must be an absolute good, and good looks a lot like God. They're only one letter different. Therefore, God must be the absolute of good. QED, for some reason. So since there is good, there must be an absolute good. And if there's an absolute good, that is what we call God. And that's all it is just labeling things God.
Yep.
We call that God. Boom, done.
And look, I'm fine with God being an abstraction of some sort of absolute good. Like, you know, that's an abstraction, because I don't think absolute anything really exists in reality.
Well,
possibly.
You know, Mark, in order to feel heat, you have to have some spiritual level understanding of the maximum value of heat. Otherwise, heat means nothing.
That's ridiculous. Oh dear.
I do love my
maybe absolute zero
reductio.
temperature
That's
exists.
reductio. That's what I'm looking for.
Maybe absolute zero temperature exists. But that's not something, that's the absence of energy, you know, like, come on. It's
Yeah, and even then, that's still an arbitrary bottom to the scale. Like, and I get that there's like a reasonable basis for why picking that particular arbitrary value. It's the point at which there's insufficient energy for atomic motion. It's when atomic motion stops. But we today know there are particles smaller than an atom.
Right.
So you could still lose energy from absolute zero. You could go lower. Theoretically. Yeah.
Down to the level of man, where, come on, it was just a mess up. It was no big deal. Why are you going to curse the animals? You are underestimating who God is. Let me show you a screen real quick.
You're estimating how big a bastard God is.
Right. Which is fair. Because like the thing you mentioned earlier about how sin being a violation of God's will, maybe in that way we are images of God, because the Bible tells us about at least a couple of times that God sinned according to God.
Right.
Like the time he did the flood and he repented of the sin he had done.
Well, that's the problem with appealing to God's nature for morality. Like, you can do that, but if everything acts in its own nature, then all the things God did should be moral, but they're not. So I really push back on that idea that if you think it's wrong to, I don't know, order a genocide, for instance, then your morality is not based upon God's nature, because it is in God's nature to do that.
Yeah, it's a violation of his. I mean, well, okay. I suppose on the same token that we have all done things that violate our morals, right? Like, and this is actually an observation that Augustine made before he even converted to Christianity. He observed himself stealing fruit from a neighbor's orchard, not because he was hungry, but because it was against the rules. He did it to break the rules, which from his point of view was a sin. It was a deliberate, intentional moral violation.
Yes.
And he was like, why did I do that? And he tried to, you know, from a 4th century perspective, try to get into the psychology of it. And it was a fascinating thought experiment. But yeah, I think I can't say for sure every human has done that, but pretty much every human who talks about it has.
Right.
What comes into our mind when we think about God really is the most important thing about us, Michael. And you're bringing God down to the level of a man.
You didn't need to bring your slide back up for that, Eric. We
Yeah.
remember in real time, like 10 minutes ago.
He may be one of those guys that is sort of, I've got to dominate with, my slides and my image. Don't forget, his dad does this as well. Because every time you're debating him, he'll have that image on his camera with slides constantly trying to debunk you. It's kind of really obnoxious.
Mm-hmm. It's like we're going to get into a slides fight, folks.
Slide fight.
Yeah.
PowerPoint
it's like
fight.
A paper cut battle. Apparently, negative Kelvin is possible and results in more heat.
Yeah, I did not know that.
I mean, I had hypothesized that it was theoretically possible. You heard me do it just now. I did not know that someone had looked into it and that it results in more heat. That's fun.
This is not the original creation that God made. We don't look at animal suffering and say, yes, this is good. This is very good. This is the way God created it. We don't look at it that way. This is not God.
You don't look at it that way.
Yeah. Yeah.
Pretty
basically.
sure God does, though, according to the book.
Very good creation. As scripture teaches us clearly over and over and over, this is a cursed creation. This creation is absolutely
cursed. Okay, that doesn't address it. You're saying, hey, it's a cursed creation, but why curse the animals? That's the whole point.
Who did the cursing?
Well, God did.
Exactly. So God wanted it that way.
Yeah. But the question is like, why did God want it that way? What's the, like, okay, you curse humans, but why curse the animals? Because they didn't do anything. That's the whole point.
Because he's a vengeful God whose name is jealousy, and he was mad. He's gonna curse his image bearers, the Imago Dei, which is one of the many animals, but his favorite of the animals. And so in order to curse them, he has to curse all animals. It's the only way to get the curse to stick to humans. What do you think?
Why do you have much better arguments than, like, seriously, why do you have
this? I can out apologetics any fucking apologist all day long.
No, I'm with you. I'm with you. That's such a better argument than what Eric or Michael is bringing up right now.
Off the top of my head, fucking hell, why am I not? Eric's a millionaire. Why am I poor? What the fuck?
Evolution view of God looks a lot like this. That is the theistic evolution.
Did he have to make an AI version of a screenshot he already had? Really?
What? And what is this argument? That's theistic evolution. What are you talking about?
God is Caesar. Render unto Caesar that which is
I don't
Caesar's.
know what his point is. That it's arbitrary, maybe? It's I don't know what his point is.
Maybe he'll say, but I don't know.
Perspective of who God is. When God describes himself as perfect, loving, merciful, righteous, truthful, wise, good, jealous, beautiful.
Does God describe himself that way? I don't. He does use jealous. He definitely does use jealous.
Well, I mean, there's the question. Is the Bible God describing himself, or is it people describing God? And it becomes a bit fuzzy there because, God didn't actually write any of the Bible, and you have to say it's inspired. So presumably this is God relaying what he thinks about himself. But there's a problem there, right? Because, yes, I guess if he inspired it, then yes, he does describe himself like that.
And all the other things.
Yeah.
Powerful. That is not a God that would create millions, let alone billions of years of suffering to finally get what he wants, man. And say, man.
Really? You claim to know the mind of God. What does it say in Job, Eric? Were you there when I laid the foundations of the world? Who the fuck are you to judge me? You know?
Right. And that kind of annoys me, because it is the case that Michael Jones can just appeal to that divine hiddenness, that divine ineffability, the unknowability of divine intention, right? Maybe God made animals suffer because that was necessary for some reason in the future that we just don't know, and you don't know because you don't know God's plan, right? And it annoys me that that is a valid argument to push back on Eric Hovind, because, you know, he believes that nobody can truly understand God's plan.
Because he can't understand a thing, or because, you know, the Bible says humans can't understand the thing, which, you know, if they're of the intelligence of Eric, I kind of believe that. But my goodness, I don't know. I'm reminded of a conversation I had with my grandmother when I was very small. I said, Grandma, why, if God is all powerful and God is all loving, basically I was doing a toddler version of the problem of evil, why is there suffering in the world? And she said, because God is trying to achieve something that requires things to happen in the way that they're happening. And I said, but couldn't God just make the thing he wants happen? And she made an allusion to some kind of baking thing that I didn't really grasp at the time, but it was along the lines of, you can't just make a souffle. You have to go through the process or it doesn't come out right. And suffering in life is kind of like that. We can't know what God's final objective is, but to get there requires things to happen the way they're happening.
Why though? If God is all powerful, then they shouldn't need to go through that process. That is a choice to go through that process rather than any other way to do it, right? Right.
It does create a bit of a problem. But my grandmother's workaround for that one, because I was stuck on this. Well, if he's all powerful, if he can do, if he has miracles, why can't he just do the thing he wants to do?
Right.
Her workaround was another appeal to mystery. Like, he has a reason, and I don't understand what it is.
Right.
Well, so I can't tell you.
If he was his father, usually what he would say at this point, because Kent Hovind, I must admit, I've done a lot more challenges to Kent Hovind that I have done to his son, right? So he would say, well, I don't know, but I'll find out once I get to heaven. Right? Yes. That's his go-to. When he gets stumped, he says, oh, well, I don't know at the moment, but I will know once I go to heaven.
Come to think of it, my grandmother said that a lot too.
Really? Wow. Okay.
Yeah,
I'm so sorry. Your grandma and Kent Hovind have got similarities. That is tragic. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
But I suspect a lot of churches at the time said similar things. But I was also one of those annoying kids. For one thing, I was preoccupied with my own mortality. I was constantly having anxiety about my own inevitable death. And so in order to try to ease that anxiety, I'd ask Grandma, you know, what is heaven like? What about this about heaven? What about that about heaven?
Right.
A lot of the time she was just like, I don't know. I'll find out when I get there.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
And the whole reason I made this was for you to fill the earth. Why did you spend, if you go with the 6,000 years as a hair's breadth, why did you spend 212 feet, a wingspan of a Boeing 747 with all this death and suffering? Even if you go with the 2 million years, why did you spend, half a volleyball court worth of death and suffering to finally get a little bitty hair of what you wanted? We don't look at what's going on in Israel right now. Like children that are being kidnapped and murdered and say, this is just the way God made it. This is just the way it is. Suck it up. The
Okay.
strongest survive, buddy.
Is it really annoying to you that he's basically using atheist arguments?
Right? Like he's the
It's
ultimate
kind of
scammer.
annoying.
He's like, here's
Yeah.
why God sucks. Here's why religion is stupid. Here's why none of this makes any sense. Yes, Eric, you're actually correct. Now
Yes.
go that one final step.
Yeah. You're almost there, buddy. You're almost there.
Oh, goodness.
Better make sure you're not in the wrong place at the wrong time. Otherwise, you might be next. This is not the way God originally created. It's not the way God originally created. And to say that that is the God of the Bible is a slap in the face to who God really is.
It's the way Odin did things, though. So clearly, this world is proof of Odin.
But this has gone from evolution to the problem of evil real fast. Like this is now on the problem of evil, not just evolution kind of thing. You know, I think there is a sort of there's a crossover for where you say, hey, evolution depends. And this is Alex O'Connor makes this argument very well, that evolution necessitates death and suffering, predation, basically, competition, survival, right? Like it necessitates that. But it's sort of gone on to, well, the problem of evil now. And the suffering that occurs for animals isn't alleviated by what Eric's saying here, right? It's not alleviated by that. We still see, like, even if the Earth is 6,000 years old, we still see incredible amounts of animal suffering. We still see the same wars. We still see the same people suffering. We still see all of this stuff. Like, what? I don't, like, well, how do you explain it then? That, you know, you have, you know, lions preying on tiny little animals in the jungle with no mercy. You have chimpanzees banding together to grab monkeys and eat them while they're alive. You know, like, how do you explain all of this then? Like, why did God do that for you then? Because even if you want to say, so I think what has happened is that Eric has heard Alex O'Connor's evolution-based argument of the problem of evil, because Alex O'Connor basically says, well, there's millions and billions of years of suffering before humans ever came along. And he's misunderstood it. He's sort of gone, well, that's an argument for evolution, but it's not. It's the problem of evil. So why do these animals even suffer for 6,000 years? Right? What's the point? What did the animals do wrong that necessitated them to horrifically suffer for 6,000 years? So he hasn't got himself out of the woods. He's still got that problem.
Yeah. All he's got is your version of this same problem is bigger than mine.
Yes.
But it doesn't solve the problem.
Correct. Well, he's basically saying, like, well, if your version of events is true, and I'll just mention, appeal to consequences again. These are the consequences of your beliefs, so they can't be true. Not a thing. It's a logical fallacy. Basically, if your version of events, of how animals and how everything got here, evolution is true, then there is more suffering for animals than my version.
I don't know. The problem of minimal maximal suffering.
Yes. But basically it's like a doctor going to somebody and saying, well, it could be cancer, or it could be, you know, a mole on your back or something. But if it's cancer, we're going to have to do operations and surgery, and it's a lot more consequential. So you're wrong about, you know, the other doctor's wrong about it being cancer. It has to be a mole, or else we've got a long, horrible time in store for us. That's the appeal to consequence, right? You're basically basing your fact finding on the outcome of what the truth is, rather than looking at what the actual evidence is for that thing being one or the other, and then making a decision from there. Terrible.
Avast ye lubbers.
What the Bible says here. So you can put my slides back up there. So for one thing, again, this is just a very similar argument that
Slide fight.
Slide fight.
Which I addressed in my video on the problem of suffering. And the one thing I'd like to point out is if the suffering is so bad, then we should all be destroying the rainforest right now, because there's endless suffering that happens there. But we don't, because we basically know.
Right, Michael.
Well, let me finish.
So
I let you finish. Let me finish.
Yeah,
the point is, what I'm trying to make is that the intrinsic badness of suffering does not outweigh the intrinsic goodness of life, and the fact that we don't do that attests to that. And the very intrinsic goodness of life will never outweigh the intrinsic badness of suffering. But if we go to the Bible, we can see this early in, as Joshua John Van E notes in his dissertation, "Death in the Garden." He focuses in on the words "subdue" and "have dominion." And if you look, these words are actually quite harsh. So, for example, the word "subdue" refers to war, conquest, enslavement. It's elocution for assault or trampling underfoot. And so I'll get to very good in a second here. But his basic point is that why is God telling humanity to subdue a perfect creation? If it was already perfect, they wouldn't need to subdue it. The other word for
that's kind of a fair point.
Yeah.
I disagree with that interpretation. The whole, dominate thing. It's my understanding from the scholars I've spoken to that translated correctly, it says you are stewards of the earth, and your job is to take care of it on behalf of your God, because I'm going to get cigarettes and I'll be back in a few thousand years. But
yes,
I'm
I've
reading
heard
into
that as
it a
well.
little
Yeah.
bit. But yeah, the subdue thing, the conquer, the dominion, that's literally dominionist revision.
Right.
It actually says
Yes.
you're supposed to take care of the earth because it's God's.
Yes.
or have dominion is also very harsh. And Joshua John M.E. notes it can refer to basically using the animals for whatever purpose they need. So that implies that Eden was perfect. The Garden of Eden was perfect. God wanted us to take that and subdue the rest of creation, make it perfect. We failed. Christ came to redeem us on that plan. And this is what Paul.
So he didn't make it perfect. And then humans were tasked with doing what God could not do to make it perfect. Okay, so in fairness, we hear a lot about how... What?
He made it perfect, but humans were ordered to do the thing to make it what it already was.
Well, that's the thing.
Maybe God was just giving us busy work. You know, when you have that guy in the office and they're completely useless, so you go, "Hey, just just do these flyers for me, okay, and just fold them up and put them in envelopes." You're giving them busy work. Maybe that's what God was doing. Like these people are useless.
Maybe so. Maybe that's the whole thing.
I'm a better apologist than these guys. Damn it.
I've often said I think we all are, because like once you learn their arguments, your brain just brains, because by your very nature of being on this side of things, you're a critical thinker, and so you think about things critically, and your brain starts putting pieces in other places, and you start thinking of better ideas than they have.
Yeah.
Referring to in Romans 8, when talks about the appearance of the sons of God that creation has been groaning for. But also the word very good does not mean perfect. Like, for example, Jeremiah 24, the same phrase refers to figs. Those figs were not perfect. They were probably good. Judges 18, again, refers to the land, but it wasn't perfect. It was just very good. We can't read perfection.
That's true. However, if you have a perfect being referring to something as very good, what could qualify as very good from his point of view, if not perfection? In fact, even that might be pushing it, because like his standards should be perfection. So that should be, this is acceptable. To be very good, something would have to be better than perfect, if in fact the all-powerful creator is himself perfect.
But if
so
you made your creation, if you made your creation imperfect, you can say it's very good, right? It's not perfect. It's not me, but it is very good, right? Like you could say that. I could say, get a really crappy model, right, and make the model and go, hey, that's very good, a very good attempt for the crappy model, right? Like, and it wouldn't be as good as a great model, but it's very good for considering it's a really shitty model, right? Does that make sense? Does that work?
Yeah, it's an excellent try. It's not perfect, but it is very good. Oh, I can do a thing faster. I wanted to show a thing that I actually was working on today, and
Is it a slide?
I'll just pop over
I don't
here.
think this has had enough slides.
Probably not.
No, it's
So
not a
today
slide.
I
Okay,
designed this hoodie, right? Because
oh, cool.
I was in a lot of pain. I had to postpone my visit with my son. I couldn't even get to the fucking car, but my brain was still working. So just from How to Rule an Asteroid was like, hey, do you have anything in like plus sizes? And it's very hard to find through this producer distributor, but I found a hoodie, and people love hoodies. And I'm like, this is going to take me a while to design, but then I had to postpone everything. And so I worked on this today. So we have a hoodie now. But the hoodie, it has a slight issue on the hood, because the hood is made of four different panels, and I couldn't get them to line up quite right. Now it looks okay as we're looking at it here, but from my point of view, designing it doesn't line up quite perfect. And so it frustrated me. And I got it to a point where I was okay with it. And so I said, this is very good, but it's not perfect.
Yes. Right,
So,
exactly.
yeah. I was like, this is acceptable. Send it to publish or whatever.
Send it. Yep.
So yeah. We solved that one. Hooray.
Yes. Hooray.
Into the Hebrew word for good. That's going a little too far.
Yeah, you're reading backwards through Genesis rather than reading from Genesis forward. And anybody who does that is going to make the same exact mistake you do. You're going to read, subdue.
Oh, the ego on this man.
Mm-hmm.
You've made a mistake. I'm reading it correctly, though.
And have dominion over it as the way it is now in a fallen world, rather than putting that verse before the fall and realizing what it was before the fall. If there were no thorns and thistles in creation until the fall of man, well, then it's a totally different world. We're not going to see the same things that we see in the post-fall world, in the pre-fall world, when God made this world very good, when it was perfect, when there was no sin, no death, no disease, no thorns, and no thistles. That
if there was no death, there was no point to the fruit of the tree of life.
Right. So how does that work? I don't understand. So if we had the tree of the fruit of the fruit of knowledge of good and evil, and we have the tree of life, basically, that would give everlasting life, and they were free to eat any tree except for the tree of knowledge of good and evil. So they could eat from the tree of life. Right, so there wasn't any death at that point. Presumably the animals did as too, if there was no death at that point, presumably. So when they ate from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, God said, well, we can't allow humans to eat from the tree of life now because they would become like me. They would be as gods.
Mm-hmm.
And so God banished them from the garden and presumably stopped the animals eating from the tree of life as well. And I don't know why.
I'm telling you, fruit-based morality is the way to go. And the vegans will back me up on this.
Okay. Okay. I will take your word for it.
I haven't actually talked to although I may get the chance. I'm doing a Kelly Laughlin, whom I met at last year's Ark Encounter. Took over as one of the producers for Truth Wanted, the ACA show that happens on Friday evenings, and recruited me and was like, hey, I'd like to get you onto Truth Wanted. So I'm like, since you're asking, we'll consider it. So we set up the thing, and TLDR, I'm going to be on Truth Wanted in sometime in May, I think, but I don't know who I'm going to be on with. At least one of the hosts is a vegan, so I may get the chance to find out if my fruit-based morality gets the vegan stamp of approval.
Right. Okay. That's
possibly.
cool. That's cool.
Yeah,
Hey,
it
Kelly
should be
Loughlin's
neat.
cool. Yeah, he's really cool.
Yeah, because like as much fun as it is to like do the debates and whatnot, and I'm sure there'll be some, anytime I show up somewhere, things get controversial real fucking quick. But
Yeah, I can't imagine
I
why.
want to hear about the weird shit. I love the weird. I used to love Coast to Coast AM. Tell me about the aliens and the ghosties and all that, and that's what they do on Truth Wanted. And so
Yeah.
I'm excited.
Yeah. That's awesome.
That's what God is talking about subduing. It was a whole lot easier then. And then God goes, listen, you have totally underestimated what sin is and what it will do. It's going to destroy creation. Cursed is the ground now. I mean, the scripture cannot be more clear about the fact that the ground is cursed. The animals are cursed. You got Romans chapter 8, the whole creation.
Eric makes a compelling argument for atheism again. My goodness, that should be a drink trigger true, or at least a bingo card thing. Because not only are the animals cursed, the ground is cursed. What did the ground do? Holy shit. It has displeased the Lord.
But in a way, I mean, I guess you can argue if God just does not care about animals, you could curse the animals because they are essential for humans, right? Like we don't live in a vacuum where it comes to the biosphere, right? Like we rely on bees and other animals to do all of this stuff. So if you have a God that does not give one rat's ass, that's such an Australian saying, one rat's ass about the animals at all, right? You could say, hey, the God curses the animals because that affects the humans. But a lot of Christians, have some form of empathy towards other animals. Most of them have pets, for instance, and sometimes they like their pets more than other humans, which, sometimes I can't blame people for that. Like, yeah. I totally get it. Like it doesn't sit well to go, well, a God's all benevolent, but he does these horrendous things to animals because we suck. It doesn't sit very well. So it's something that Christianity won't go into a lot. They won't go into it a lot. Pets being cursed by God because of humans' actions, they won't touch it because a lot of people will start to go, well, that God sounds like he sucks. Right? That God doesn't sound nice.
He's tried very hard to suck.
Yeah, I mean, if that was a human going around, torturing animals, we would lock them up, or at least, get them some therapy.
Oof. God therapy for God. Oh my goodness, that could be a whole thing.
Wow. Yeah. You know what? They kind of. Do you remember Dark Matter?
The cartoon guy, Dark Matter 2525.
Yeah, he did those cartoons like a while ago when he did those cartoons. I'm sure that like in those cartoons somewhere God was on like a couch or Yahweh was on a couch talking to a therapist kind of thing. And it's just horrific. If you put it in that perspective, it just is horrific,
It's oh my goodness. Oh, those are so funny. He does still make them from time to time. He's been doing long rants about Christian nationalism, but valid and important. But he does still make the God and Jeffrey cartoons.
Yeah.
So yeah. I saw one the other day. I can't remember what it was about now, though. Oh, it was the apocalypse because of the wars. Jesus kept trying to come down to do the rapture thing, and the humans kept blowing him up before he could even get to the ground. And it goes from like World War I all the way through the present, and then it keeps going into the future. And not to spoil it, but they go past the heat death of the universe. And Jesus is still like trying to do the rapture, and somehow humans are still blowing him up. Like, we're so warlike. Even after the heat death of the universe, we're still at war. Johnny says there's a channel of God in therapy, and it's not dark matter. Actually, I think I have seen other channels. There's I'm sure there's more channels too, but one that comes to mind is I don't know her name because she's originally from TikTok, but she does a thing where she plays all the characters, and in one of them she has God go to therapy, and it's interesting. Oof. I shouldn't have picked up my Bible. It's awful damn dusty up in here now. Say lovey.
I hate a dusty Bible. Yeah.
There might be a little dust on the Bible. That's not how that song goes. It's fine.
Groans and travailing, waiting for God to come back and restore it, not to restore it to the way it was in a pre-Adamite race where there was millions of years of death and suffering, but to restore it where it was when there was no death, no suffering, no bloodshed, no disease.
So, except the Bible doesn't say that. The Bible says that God will destroy the earth and replace it with paradise. No restore. No. Oh, Answer Man. Yeah. I think he does it too. The original Answer Man.
Mm-hmm.
Very funny. I don't know if y'all have found his channel, but oh my goodness, he does so many different skits and things, and it's fascinating. But he has been on the Kentucky Atheist channel. Shortly after I stopped doing interviews, I came across him, and I was like, this is great. Like, we need to spread the word through the community, but I didn't want to restart doing interviews again for the same reason I stopped doing interviews. So I went to Joe the Kentucky Atheist, and I was like, check this dude out. And Joe was like, I have to interview this guy.
Well, the one that I found recently was Answer Man. Yeah, he's the one that does Heaven's IT guy. And that's, if you've ever worked in IT, that is hilarious because it is so accurate to IT. Like, seriously, this man must have worked IT or phones at some point because it is too accurate, like way too accurate.
Very good skit stuff. Ashley, I don't have any idea what her name is, so even if you said the correct name, I wouldn't know it.
With regard to the thorns and thistles, Genesis 3 doesn't actually say they didn't exist prior to that. It says, thorns and thistles it shall bring forth for you, referring to Adam working the ground. In other words, he's going to have to deal with weeds and have to make his own food, and he's going to have to cultivate. And also,
as part of the curse. As part of the curse.
As part of the curse. But the
so
curse
part of the
itself,
curse, thorns and thistles came. Okay, good.
But thorns and thistles already had meaning, implying that they already existed.
Okay, yeah, but that's when Adam is working the ground. In the garden, Adam didn't have to work the ground.
There's no thorns and thistles before that.
What you've got to remember from our point of view is that, thorns and thistles already exist when they wrote their story down because they knew what they were and everything like that. It was more, people trying to answer the question of why are there thorns and thistles, right? Why do they exist? Why could they possibly be here? They're uncomfortable. They, hurt. They're terrible. Why are they here? And, evolution says that, hey, the thorns and thistles are here because it's an excellent defense mechanism against animals, including humans who want to grab them and rip them out of the soil kind of thing. The ones that can defend themselves against us are ones that survive because you're less likely to want to, if there's a ton of places, one's sort of, just got fruits and stuff. Yeah, let's settle here instead of the place that's got thorns and thistles in. So those plants survive, and that's what evolution explains it as. But, back in the day, they're explaining it as, well, God cursed the ground because someone ate a magic fruit. That, yeah, absolutely.
That damn magic fruit. No, but I what they seem to be fighting over is IP is saying that it doesn't say that God created thorns and thistles in that moment, just that because of the curse, there would be thorns and thistles in the way. And Eric is saying that means that they were created in that moment, but that's not the passage. It could mean that, but it doesn't automatically entail that. It could also be they already existed. It doesn't say. It's ambiguous on the point, but they're fighting over it, even though it's ambiguous. which, you know, I suppose is sort of their nature. God made them that way, you might say.
Say that. It says when he's working the ground, then he's going to have to deal with thorns and thistles. When he's in the
After the
garden, he's got all the food he
After the
needs. He doesn't need to grow his own food. With regard to the cursing thing, scholars like John Walton note, it refers to God throughout the Bible as giving his protection or taking away his protection. God is simply removing himself from that land and from his immediate presence, and now humanity no longer has that special place, and that's why they've been exiled. And again, I don't see why I cannot use Scripture to interpret Scripture. Why can't I look at the word subdue and see how the Hebrew authors use it elsewhere? I thought that's what we're supposed to do.
Yeah, you are, but you're not accounting for the curse. You're using the word there and then going after the curse and saying, see what it means here?
See, what Eric's doing here is propping himself up, not on his argument, but as an authority over and above IP.
Right.
You need to listen to me and to how to interpret this. And once he does that, he wins, because his entire thing is I'm interpreting it right, and you are in error, you know?
Yeah, but like what Michael's saying, and I do agree with Michael, is when we're looking at translations and copies of translations that may have been translated incorrectly or correctly, it is better to go back to what the original author wrote it as in the original language and understand the context in which they used those words to understand what the author meant, than just simply go, well, this is what it says directly. Like, let's just take it as it says, how it's interpreted through this translation, because it doesn't matter how good a translation. Some things are just lost in translation, right? There's a few German expressions which are so difficult to translate into, say, English. Like the concepts just don't exist in English. And I know this, it's very difficult. So, you know, Eric's basically going, and don't forget, he's a pre-sup now, apparently, for reasons. So he's basically going, well, I'm going to assume that I've translated exactly as it's supposed to be read. How do you know that's translated correctly? Because I'm translating it exactly as it's supposed to be read.
Yeah.
Because it's true. How do you know it's true? Because it's true. This is the problem with pre-subs.
Yeah,
they think that if they never acknowledge they're wrong, they can't be wrong.
Yep, it's not because God said so, it's because I said so. And that's the same thing they accuse everyone else of. It's more fucking projection.
It is projection, but I think it goes deeper than that. I think it's just, it's not like that. They basically block off the question, why am I right? And they go, well, I presuppose that I'm right. I'm just right to begin with.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I mean, it's the opposite of deconstruction. It's construction, basically. It's basically saying, well, I'm right because I'm right, because I'm right, because I'm right, because I'm right.
It's all construction all the way down. Well, it's
yeah.
In a way, it's sort of like they discovered Munchausen's trilemma, or Agrippa's if you prefer, and said, you know what? I bet I can get all three errors into the same argument. I can have infinite regress and be circular and be a dogmatic assertion all at the same time. I'm going to call it pre-sup. It'll be the and whenever anybody questions me on it, I'll say pizza sleeps under the west. Pizza sleeps fast under the west, therefore the much.
Okay. So it's not a problem. Agrippa's, if you go for all three branches, that's not a problem technically in philosophy, because you've got to go. And I think that sort of taking a certain combination of them is the only way to go. But as far as knowledge is concerned, what we generally do is just keep testing it, and when it fails, we rule it out. That's essentially what we're doing. That's essentially like it's an ongoing process. What Hovind is doing is just considering himself right and never testing his actual beliefs. Like not even considering they can be tested.
Yeah, even though not only is his nonsense on some level unfalsifiable, but the parts that can be falsified have all been falsified. And we're just gonna not pay any attention to that part. It's fine. It's probably, it's probably fine.
and you're not accounting for what the curse actually, you're underestimating sin. That's
So what does subdue
So
mean
what
before
is
the curse?
yeah, I was just about to say that. What does subdue mean prior to the curse?
Subdue
What
and have
exactly was
dominion.
Adam? Yeah, what was Adam doing if it wasn't planting things that weren't dying?
What is Adam doing that's planting things that aren't dying? Well,
No,
plants
what is he
alive
subduing
in
them and
the
how?
biblical
How
sense.
exactly?
Say that again. I'm sorry. Plants aren't alive in the biblical sense. So I don't want people to misunderstand and think that if a plant dies, that, or there's death before sin. But yeah, I mean,
Plants aren't,
hang
on. Plants aren't alive in the biblical sense. What does that mean?
I think he's waving in the general direction of the breath of life concept.
Oh, okay, gotcha. But plants still respirate.
Yeah, but God wouldn't know that.
I'm pretty sure his version of God should know that.
He should, yeah.
Interesting. He should, yeah. Okay. But this is a weird format because now he's in a debate with the moderator.
Mm-hmm. He just wants to fight with everybody.
Is maybe they're both moderators, but Nicholas is on Michael's side and Ryan is on Eric's side. Maybe they're sort of balancing it up like that. Maybe I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Maybe it's tag team. Maybe Michael's going to tag Nicholas in.
Yeah.
And he takes a flying elbow from the top rope. I don't know what's happening here. It's weird.
That Ryan fellow is going to come in and be like, "Are you familiar with my favorite scripture, Austin 3:16?" Boom.
It's cultivation. Takes. I mean, I like going to nice places. I don't, keep my yard the best, but I got to cultivate it. So no matter where you go, even without weeds, even without thorns and thistles, it takes cultivation. I mean, anybody that has a really nice garden with no weeds and no thorns and thistles would say, you still got to work it. And that's the whole point. That's what God is telling Adam to do, is work the garden. So it's important to understand this is pre-curse. So the ground is not cursed yet. The animals have no fear of man. The animals are all herbivores at this time. And when you understand it in its context, it makes a whole lot more sense.
I think that's the point that he should go down. Pre-curse, they're all herbivores, right? So what did the eagles eat? And this is something I've leveraged against his dad. And to hear the eagles ate plants.
Mm-hmm.
How does that work? How do you get an eagle, no teeth? It's got a beak that is hooked for presumably not tearing flesh. It's presumably for tearing pumpkins apart or something. I don't know why you would have a beak like that. And so it's absurd because it can't chew plant matter. Like these animals have specialized organs, digestive tracts, stomachs for certain things. And the idea that a cow with 4 stomachs and it's a ruminant, so it can regurgitate cud basically and chew it and then swallow it again, is eating the same stuff as a freaking eagle is ridiculous.
Cats scratching apart watermelons and things. Yeah.
It's absurd.
T-Rex holding corn on the cob with those tiny little arms.
Yeah, T-Rex. Ah. Yeah, the velociraptors have talons on their hind legs in order to pounce on apples. Come on, what are we talking about here?
But within its context, scholars will note, like Joshua John Van E, that it's actually just a restatement of the same covenant given in Genesis 9. The focus is just on humans' actions, and Genesis 9 focuses on the effect of animals. So if you even go back to early commentators like Philo of Alexandria, he notes that animals were already given to humans to be used for meat. And this is what Joshua John Van E notes. There's no temporal indicators in Genesis 9. It's just a restatement of the covenant. And it doesn't matter what Adam or how he's subduing the earth. The command is still there. The earth still needs subdued. It's not perfect if it needs to be subdued. There's no other way to look at that.
No, it can be perfect. So if I get totally done manicuring a garden totally done. The place is beautiful. I've got everything is cleaned up. Does that mean I don't have to do anything? It's like it's good forever. If you can do that, I'll hire you to come landscape my yard once and once only. The very concept doesn't make sense. Mark, the Hebrew scholar, okay, I don't remember his last name. He states Genesis 2:5 is telling us that the thorny plants and cultivated plants are not on the earth yet, prior to day 6, because man isn't there yet. So it's setting the reader up for what's about to come. It's setting the reader up for, hey, man's sin's about to come, and that's what's going to bring thorns and thistles. It's really clear from Scripture. You can't get away from the.
It's not really clear. If it were, they wouldn't need to discuss it. But details. Also, some random person, like one scholar is not the same as consensus, and saying he said a thing is not showing us the thing that he's demonstrating, the
truths of the Scripture, saying that this whole world, New Testament as well, this whole world is cursed, and we're waiting for the redemption. And this is a big problem I have, Michael, if we can't wait for there to be no more sorrow, no more death. And I mean, I got the verses here. Let me pull them up real quick, just because it's worth pulling these up. I love going to Scripture to interpret Scripture, and that's really what we need to do. So you guys got my screen going there? Here, show this.
Michael's reaction is amazing. He's like, duh, let's do that. That's what I've been trying to do this entire time.
Real quick. If there is no death, the Bible says the wages of sin is death. Okay, Romans 5:12, as by one man sin entered into the world, and death by sin. So death passed upon all men. A lot of people say that's talking about human death. Well, it doesn't get away from so many other passages of the Bible as well that talk about the whole creation being cursed. 1 Corinthians 15, for he must reign till he hath put all enemies under his feet. The last enemy that shall be destroyed is death. If death has always been here, how did all of a sudden it become God's enemy? If God's the one, Jesus is the one who created it, and now he's the one who has to, like that, it's an enemy. That doesn't make sense. Romans 8, for the earnest expectation of the creation eagerly waits for the revealing of the Son of God. The creation was subject to futility, not willingly, but because of him who subjected it and hope.
So, it not willingly on whose part? The Creator's part? God did not willingly do that, or not the creations with who fucked up? Like, I get that he's trying to say Adam fucked up, but
we
could
did.
God not prevented it?
Well, I know that it's sort of a discrepancy or a contradiction that he couldn't have, but inside internal critique here, it kind of is. Apparently, he couldn't. Apparently, he couldn't prevent it. So
it's weird. It's such a weird fucking argument that Eric is making. Oy vey.
So I think we got to go back a little bit. Let's go back a little bit. Eric, are you saying that when plants died, that doesn't count?
You use that phrase again.
When plants died, that doesn't count as death before the fall. That doesn't count.
Plants are never referred to as alive with nephish life in the Bible. Plants are not the same as humans and animals. So when you say plants died, like I would define a plant as a complicated, self-replicating food source, but it's not the same as an animal death or a human death. No, it's not. So,
it's kind of funny. A hippo would refer to you the same way, Eric.
Why would a hippo refer to Eric the same way? Hippos are herbivorous.
Are they? I've seen news reports of hippos eating humans. I mean, I
they
guess
do. They maul them. I don't think they eat. Do they eat meat?
I mean, if they're bigger than it and they can catch it, why not? I guess it's sort of like how dogs will eat grass even though they're carnivores. Like sometimes you get some variety.
Yeah. So they're classified as plant eaters. Apparently, they're opportunistic feeders. They occurs occasionally consuming meat from carcasses or smaller animals. So their primary diet is almost all plant matter. 3-chambered stomach, apparently.
Hell yeah.
They're just incredibly territorial. That's the thing. Like, it's not like they're hunting, and that's why so many people are killed. It's basically that they're insanely territorial.
So don't piss off the hippos. Oh my goodness.
No, do not.
But
do not.
The specific critter doesn't matter. Like it could be, great white sharks or a hungry lion, whatever. Like Eric is a complicated self-replicating food source.
Well, yeah, that's true. Yeah. Great white. Yeah, great white would absolutely go, hey, that's a complicated self-replicating food source for me. Yeah, absolutely. Well, actually, great whites don't prey on humans either.
Not really, no.
No.
It's like 7 to 13 a year, and most of those appear to be accidental bites.
I mean, do humans have any predators at all? Really? We don't. There's no, like, we're really an apex. Oh, I know what would consider us a complex self-replicating food source: bacteria, viruses, and some fungus. Parasites.
I was thinking along those lines too. Like, we've wiped out most of our macro predators, but we kind of suck against the microbes.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Hippo, you breathed in my vicinity, so you have chosen death. Hippos wake up and choose violence every day.
Yeah, they sure do. They sure do.
Well, you got to defend yourself against this melon. What's that?
Is that a good place to call it? I don't think this has sections. It's very strange.
I don't think it does. We're not
Yeah.
finding any, at least since the openings ended. Even those weren't sharply divided.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. We are at 45:11. Alrighty. So yeah, we'll put that away for today. More giggles and chuckles next time. Remember, for those of you who may be new, we do every other weekend. We alternate. So next week we'll be back over on Mark's, and then the week after we'll be back over here. Assuming everyone lives that long, of course. But
assuming.
Yeah.
Hey,
Yeah.
let's hope for the best. And keep optimistic.
Do what we can anyway. My goodness. Alrighty. So yeah. There's normally a thing I do for outro purposes, but my brain is blanking. So I will
thought
say,
you
remember,
got in outros from everybody else. I thought you sort of you're rotating like other people's outros. Am I right in that?
I
or am
do
wrong
steal
in
other
that?
people's lines from time to time, but
Time to time, yeah.
I mean, like, subscribe, click all the buttons. There's ways to support, yada yada. Links in the description. Mark's doing things. You've got an interview coming up. You've got your normal Tuesday show.
Yes.
Oh, my Tuesday.
Your Tuesday. Yeah, my
Yes.
Wednesday.
Yeah.
It gets complicated. The time zones are complicated, y'all.
It's true. I still think they're a terrible idea. So make sure you're subscribed to Mark's, and obviously make sure you're subscribed here. Duh. And yeah, keep an eye out for all the various things, and support all the assorted endeavors, like the pride flags and now clothing and things at astropride.com. But but yeah, thank you all so much for joining. It's been funnier than it had any right to be.
Yeah, it was something. I'm not sure what it was, but it was something. It's so different than what we would see with sort of evolution versus creationism when it's a scientist, right? Like, I'm not saying that it's a Christian thing, right? Because you get Christian scientists that will make the evolution arguments using science, right? Like, if you got somebody like Dr. Fraser, like the debate that was the other day on MDD against Kent Hovind, right? Like, they're using science, but this isn't anything to do with science. It's just basically, how do you interpret the Bible?
Yeah, they're not even talking about evolution. It's what a trip.
It's more young Earth than it is evolution, right? It's more young Earth versus old Earth creationism than evolution.
Which in a way is kind of novel, because one of our big complaints about any kind of young Earth debate is that they spend all their time trying to poke holes in evolution and none defending young Earth.
Right.
You have a religion too.
Yeah. Oh, that's terrible.
Oh my goodness. Alrighty. So thank you all so much. And thank you, Mark, for joining me and
My pleasure.
Yeah, all the good things. We'll see you all next time in future things and all the assorted stuff. Until then, try not to die. Thanks to all our patrons and top-level members for March. Miranda, Karen Butcher, Jimmy Tux, Ian Shen, Maya Adkisson, Jessica the Transmetal Alchemist, Robin Webster, Lilith, Ember Lynn, The Barely Bearable Atheist, Eric Wander, Jason Jacoby, Lil of All Trades, Deviant Outcast, Secular Feelinist, Geo Sam, Thriver Scapegoat, Katie Bluebird, The Godless Engineer, and Why Because Weed Bro. And you can add your name here next month by signing up at patreon.com/betterthanember or by joining Emberships here on YouTube at the Cinder level, which also includes all the custom emojis, tons of member-exclusive content, member-only live streams, and a bunch of other stuff. I deeply appreciate all the supporters who keep this channel going. Thank you so much. Because of you, we're building a wonderful community that I'm very proud of.